you, the crybaby.
This is Xiao Yu.
Pinky swear, we promise.
Brothers always staying together.
But no matter how far it flies, it always returns. Below the Great Wall lies mine.
To take this fight. He's in the bushes, he's protected by every single one, but can Mawani change the outcome of this fight? A second ultimate provided by the Korea. Wawa is absolutely shredding them a new one. They
Come on!
And they will be able to get this to power in the thing as well.
Still gets eliminated by the Chan and no Chan and Wawa returns the bait.
There is always only one truth.
Then it goes down as well. But it is Lee something of kill. The kill for Wawa and they wipe everyone but Lee.
This game for the top mark, and they are definitely doing that right now. Moving down the bottom tier to power and getting a kill on Suzuki as well. Something they don't expect. Oh, knockback coming from the lab. Lots of lines moving down, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered.
The outer city of Navania used to be crawling with pirates.
Here! Quick!
Fortunately, a legendary hero appeared, Captain Redhawk. For years he was undefeated and maintained peace in the outer city.
Captain!
And I'm the guy pretending to be him. I even invented some gadgets of my own.
Don't move! Or the girl gets it.
Cover your ears.
Huh? Should I cover mine too?
What was that?
They're coming! My baby! Thank you, Captain. Huh?
Thanks, Captain Redhawk. You saved her.
Always saves the day.
You're a legend.
Incredible!
You're the best, Captain. Saved her.
Captain Redhawk, you should rest more. You've lost weight.
You're still not good enough, Alessio. The real Captain Redhawk was so courageous, powerful, and brave.
Help me!
I'm not good enough. Not good enough. Come on, Alessio. You have to protect everyone.
Stop right there!
Don't worry, Redhawk is here. It's Captain Redhawk.
Captain Redhawk!
He's here to save us! Captain Redhawk is here!
Redhawk's dead!
Oh no! Captain, is he okay? Captain Redhawk!
Captain, get up!
What's he gonna do?
Get up! Get up!
What? Is that really?
Captain Redhawk is just a kid.
He's not...
Where's the captain? Was this kid protecting us all this time?
You're pretending to be Redhawk? What a joke.
Well, it's not a joke.
A fake is a fake! Find that fake.
Yes, boss!
Let the outer city know their captain is gone for good.
Captain? Captain Redhawk!
It's up to you now. From now on, you're Redhawk.
Me? Captain Redhawk? But I can't.
He's not a real captain.
It's just the Where's the real Captain Redhawk? We do. He can't even protect himself.
No matter how hard I try, it's not good enough.
He's awake.
He's okay.
We must hide him. Hurry! Over there! Hurry!
Careful.
Go look over there! Let's go!
Over here, Captain Red Hawk.
Get him to safety.
Right, follow me, Captain.
Where'd you hide him? Spit it out! Get back here! It's me you're after. Let him go!
Captain, come on.
I'll take it from here.
Thank you.
Captain, this way. Quickly, this way.
The Captain's here.
Captain Red Hawk.
Captain.
Captain, my man will take you to the outer sea. You'll be safe there.
I'm not Captain Red Hawk.
You're wrong. You are Red Hawk.
Open the door! You can't escape! Who do you think you are, kid? Hey! A Red Hawk mask? You want to be a hero, kid?
Captain Red Hawk.
Not bad, little hawk.
I'm not Red Hawk.
When you stand up, you will be.
Keep up the bombardment until they hand over the fake. If it isn't the fake, you finally dared to stand up.
Couldn't help it. I'm not gonna quit, as you'll see.
People like you, you want to be special, but you're too weak.
This is no tragedy. This is my choice! Not bad, little Hawk.
I'm not Red Hawk.
When you stand up, you will be.
Are you ready?
Ragnar is trying to go in to pick up some kills. Lee and Sunbin takes down one once.
He's still alive. He's doing so much damage. Buggy going straight for the back line.
An overwhelming victory!
I'm sending all of you fools home.
They stay far away from the mid lane. Like that is the with the amazing engage once again. Huge! No potential.
I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la.
Eastern Region's Chamber of Commerce sale. Take a look.
This one. Or this one. Ow!
What a dumbass.
A fluorescent stone!
You're no good at this.
I've been noticed! Time to fight!
Hey! What are you doing?
It's just you and me! You give that back!
That's a pair for me!
Again? Your turn.
Come back and fight!
It's the kid who stole the ship! Get him! He's over there!
Change your run?
So you're not with them? Ladies first! Hey, wait up!
Where's that bomb I got from Mr. Hoopa? Got it! Hey, shut up! Firepower!
A bomb!
Get them!
Leave them to me!
Get her too!
What a pain! Time to end this!
My senses can feel the suspense. Don't be tense, get out the fence. Strike them down with my funny sequence. Let me just take a back out of all of their tricks. They might put me to the test, but I got finesse. And I feel the opposition, but it won't be for long. Let the story be written, we will rid of the wrongs. How did it get so feeling better like this? My fate is hanging in the balance of the wind. Trouble's always knocking at my door like a songwriter. And that voice stronger.
Yes, sir. Nice! Looks like the safest place turns out to be right under your enemy's nose.
Nope, I just got tired of running. The coast is clear now. Let's go. Huh? It's locked.
Ah!
said, they were such a great team, and why the Brazilian teams are probably some of the most feared ones because they have not only the most experience.
But the sustains
Next target.
from the little loop keeps them up and running, keeps them healthy on land. Goes the backline trying to burst someone down. They will bring down the Zero J. That's absolutely huge. And Views down. Xiao is for the damage leader to the side. Oh, then NRX is able to just get top down.
And now the Vanguard coming through here with the Dragon Ball to help the foot. Chaos going through Lamb. So we need a true Lamb fashion doing lots of damage like the assassin that he is getting a
I won't let you do this!
You cannot prevent his arrival.
That's not good. The mechanoid giant. It's forming.
Hey, relax. I haven't been drinking. Ah.
Hand over the arc core!
He wills it. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
Danshan!
Finish them.
All right, team. Let's show them how it's done. We've stopped Ming for now, but many others will try to get their hands on this power. This war isn't over yet.
We just might have a friend who can help.
GT Sports ikonik bir takım. İstanbul'da gerçekleşecek olan bu etkinlik için dünyanın her yerinden gelecek takımlarla mücadele edeceğiz. Türkiye'nin zaferini bütün taraftarlarımıza göstereceğiz.
IV NRX olarak diğer ülkelerin takımlarıyla karşılaşmaktan çok memnunuz. İstanbul'da gerçekleşecek bu turnuva için çok hazırlandık. Kazanacağımıza inanıyoruz ve bunun için savaşacağız.
Beşiktaş Esports çok köklü geçmişe sahip bir takım. Bu turnuvaya katılacağımız için çok heyecanlıyız. Elimizden gelenin en iyisini yapıp bu armanın hakkını vereceğiz.
Biz Қазақстанамыз. Бәлкім сендер бізді танымайсыңдар, бірақ бұл маңызды емес. Себебі сендер біздің күшімізді көресіңдер.
Nós somos os campeões do Choque BR. Desta vez, vamos trazer o troféu de campeão de volta para o Brasil.
É impossível falar da Alpha 7 e não pensar em uma equipe campeã. A gente vai se surpreender nesse campeonato.
كل تحد فرصة للتقدم وسنتغلب على جميع التحديات لإظهار قوتنا.
لطالما كان فوز البطولة حلمنا، سنخوض في النضال في هذه المرة من أجله.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the fourth and final day of the group stages of the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational 2024 Istanbul. Today you have myself, Blam, yet again, and with me as always is my co-partner, Mr. Zero. How's it going? How are you feeling going into day 4?
We are almost at the end of the group stages, but of course all of this entire tournament, the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitation, could not have been possible without the support of our fantastic sponsor Infinix. The Infinix GT10 Pro, which is a device that the players are playing on, is innate to be the most professional choice for gamers who are fighting with kings. All sensory game engine and high refresher immerse you in the purest gaming experience, and the Infinix GT10 Pro has allowed all these players to be able to be a part of history so far, and we are already halfway through the entire tournament in terms of the entire stage as a whole. We are at day 4. Today we will find out who will be finishing on top of Group A, as well as who's going to avoid getting that 4th seed in Group B as well.
Absolutely, it's not a place you want to be going into the fourth and final day. That rolls a little bit better off the tongue saying the third. No, it's the fourth and final day of the group stages. But yeah, there's so much to play for, and there's already a great match setting up for the first game of the day, because it is Stalwart Esports versus VKS. Obviously, both of these teams would rather be on that second seed. That they are already drawing for it, but to solidify that second seed in your group would be a fantastic fulfillment going into the knockout rounds. And then obviously we also have Twisted Minds versus Alpha 7. Who knows what can happen in that match, but Alpha 7 currently already performing like absolute beasts in the group stages. And then we have the Turkish brawl-off for one more time within the group stages, and it's NRX versus FUT KAOS. Tell me, Zero, which one of these are you most excited for?
I think definitely it has to be a couple of the matches actually happening today. The first match is going to be Stalwart Esports against Vivo Keystars. Vivo Keystars have looked quite vulnerable when they were playing against Alpha 7, and their star player Dani in the jungle has just been shut down for 2 games. He hasn't really been able to perform as we expect him to be. So if Stalwart Esports is able to spot that out and able to replicate what Alpha 7 did against Vivo Keystars, maybe Stalwart Esports has a chance to clinch that second seed in that group. And the final game of the day is going to be very interesting as well. We have NRX going up against FUT KAOS. FUT KAOS is currently 2-0 in their group. They are looking like a lock for the first seed. But if NRX has something to say about that, if they can upset one of the favorites of the tournament in the Turkish region as well, if FUT KAOS drops the series against NRX, which I think has a possibility, then we might see Group A become really, really interesting.
Absolutely, but on the screen right now is obviously all the players, and here is VKS in their true lineup, and we have Stalwart Esports going for Kai up into Clash Lane again. I was privy to a little bit of information on the side of Stalwart Esports. The reason why they got Kai in there is because Bijoj isn't quite yet up to scratch with the tank hero play, so having Kai there is definitely what the coach has basically promoted for this team, is to be going ahead with a more tanky Clash Lane than the likes of your Warriors or your Assassins, especially going against VKS. So this might be some sort of intel that they picked up through scrimming with the team, but nonetheless, Kai is here to play today on the side of Stalwart Esports in the Clash Lane.
Yeah, we caught a glimpse of one of the players from Stalwart Esports. He looks pretty confident with themselves, and of course, the Key Stars are always going to be, you know, with their championship mentality, with their championship pedigree, they will always take these fights, these challenges head on. So this is going to be an exciting and very interesting series to witness, as it will decide, you know, the outcome of Group B.
Yeah, just to pick it up back on the fact that we was on about earlier with VKS.Dani not having the greatest of days yesterday. We saw an absolute domination by Benignus on the side of Alpha 7, absolutely just having pure and just unsolicited rage towards the enemy jungle, Danny, on the side of VKS, because we just saw just complete shutdown of this absolute championship player that's been MVPs of tournaments.
Yeah, it has, you know, that is one of the issues when you're playing against a team from the same region, is that they have faced you a lot of times. They have played against you multiple times, and they will know what are your biggest key factors of winning. And after a couple of, you know, scrims, after a couple of preparations, they will realize how to shut it down. And let's see if Stalwart Esports is able to do that as we head into the draft of game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Byron and Zhang Fei taken out there by Stalwart.
Absolutely, and I mean, would it be a game of Honor of Kings on the live stage if Dachau wasn't banned for the 20th time in a row now? It has been 20 games and 20 times this hero has been banned, followed straight away by the Dolia as well. Not as banned as much, but definitely the ban rate for this hero is up there, especially with Jing as well. But it's come through a few times, but yesterday we actually saw the first defeat with Dolia on the side of VKS as well. So we're already seeing these impossible champions being quite vulnerable against those heroes and those team comps played against that they are very comfortable with. So Dolia taking an L there yesterday on the side of Stalwart Esports, like you say, Byron and Zhang Fei as well. And we know that Kalu loves the Zhang Fei pick, but played very well with the Dolia yesterday also. But Mai being locked in the mid lane on Zenin, and we saw a great performance from Zenin on Mai yesterday.
Absolutely, and VKS is going to pick up one of the strongest heroes of the patch. That's going to be the Kaiser, and as well as the Charlotte. So it looks like it's going to be a jungle Kaiser with a Clash Lane Charlotte. Of course, they can decide to switch it up and move, interchange both of these roles. They are pretty flexible in their own right. So it's going to be interesting to see where these heroes eventually end up. But Stalwart Esports are not going to hesitate with picking their next 2 picks as well. That's going to be the Musashi as well as the Dun.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it yesterday with Alpha 7 getting the crucial theft onto the Tyrant with just one of the skills of Musashi. So can Ray replicate that steal as well? If so, I feel like that may tilt the VKS already. But one of the heroes that was predominantly banned yesterday, Princess Frost, is actually coming through a little bit here, which when you've got this hero in the mid lane, especially going against the Mai, you want to be keeping that range against you. And when it comes to those team fights as well, very important. The slows, the AoE damage is all a great factor of this hero, Princess Frost, in the mid lane.
One's definitely not a stranger to that hero. He's played phenomenally in the mid lane so far, and I'm definitely hoping to see him shine on this hero. But you know, one thing about that hero is it isn't able to steal it isn't able to steal objectives very well. The damage over time coming from the Princess Frost is a little bit slower. It's not as high burst compared to something like a Mai, something like a Gan and Mo. So they take that team fight. Advantage with the Princess Frost, but against Stalwart Esports, they might need a little bit more than that as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we see VKS already targeted out Wawa's one of his favorite farm lane picks there, which is the Luban number 7. We haven't seen this hero actually been banned at all previously in the tournament, but it's only because they're going against Wawa, and Wawa had a great go at Alpha 7 when they picked the Kaiser pick as well. Really been able to melt the Kaiser down, especially with the help of obviously Sunbin, but Sunbin has also been banned out. And then on the side of Stalwart Esports, the Mosey comes through with the ban, as well as the Ming, which we don't really see too often in that ban phase. But the Huanzhong is being picked up by Wawa, and Clue is going for the little loot, so that VKS do not get that synergy and more sustainability that the Kaiser needs. So it's all going to be down to what this support champion is going to be, because we've already locked out the Sun, we've locked out Muzi, a little loot is out, Zhang Fei is out. There is, from what we've been seeing, not much more choice.
Yeah, there's not many more supports left in the pool. There is still perhaps something unorthodox, maybe something, let's see, what heroes are left in the pool there. You can potentially go for something like a Dong Huang support, which is pretty good against the Huangzhong. You can immediately go for it, but they're gonna go for a hero that we have yet to see on the main stage.
Absolutely, this is a bit of a weird one there. I'm pretty sure in the mock stage we saw this this hero play up into the clash lane as well, and that was the second mock game that we saw. We saw that hero up there in the clash lane, and we kind of like, okay, what's going on here? Obviously, it's a mock game. It's a little bit of a mock about, to lack their better words. But yeah, we got Wind RG on the Duranji. He is one of his big picks. I think this is probably the most played farm lane hero that Win DRG actually plays. So going into that one there, I think it is a great asset for them. Again, will we see it actually activate? Because quite a few times yesterday, it didn't actually fulfill the purpose that it needed.
Yeah, this support pick, for those who are not familiar, for those who haven't seen this hero, it's called Zhuangzi. And the strengths of that that support, that roamer hero, is that it's able to debuff your entire team with his skills. So having that on-call debuff for your entire team can come crucial when you're facing up against very strong crowd control opponents. On the side of Stalwart Esports, they don't really have that on their team. They don't have, they don't have like a Lubu, they don't have like a Princess Frost, they don't have really strong stunners except for the Dun. So, as well as the Musashi, of course, the single target knockdown is very strong.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting. Maybe it is that due to the fact that there's not many supports left in the pool, and they are forced to pick up, something a little bit more unorthodox, something that isn't really popular in the current meta. Let's see how it works out here for VKS as they're going to head into the game number 1 of this best of 3 series.
I mean, personally, I think the support hero pick is just down to the matching hair color of Little Luke, to be honest, but we'll see what they do with this hero as well. But like you say, there is not a lot of actual isolation within these team comps. Like, we've only, on the side of Stalwart Esports, we've only got the single targets as like CC on the side of Dun, and also on Musashi. Everything else in between is not a lot. I mean, there's not much on either teams in terms of knockup, but obviously we've got the slowdown of Princess Frost as well, so getting into team fights is going to be a huge thing for them coming towards the late game for VKS, but we'll see how they navigate that. Will the Princess Frost be the #1 target going into these team fights? I would be happy to bet money on it that would be the case, because you're not going to be wanting to focus the Kaiser, and you don't really want to be focusing the Kaiser, because then not only the likes of Charlotte can have their way with you, but Princess Frost can also just completely freeze you and keep you in one place, and then Duranji can have his way in terms of damage as long as it gets picked out. But here we go, VKS1 almost getting picked out there. Mai just missing out. Classic Zenin. It's early game Zenin troll there. Inting not being able to close the kill onto VKS. one, but Nie looks in trouble as well. Done level 1 is huge. Interaction with the second prop of the first ability. Again, not closing the kill. Come on, guys. Stalwart Esports, we need those early kills.
That was 2 missed kills from the side of Stalwart Esports. The mid lane one was a little bit more forgivable, as it was a huge play coming from one being able to freeze up the Musashi before he's able to finish up the kill. But the top lane, definitely Dun might have been feeling a little bit overconfident there, thinking that he already gotten a kill. That's why he didn't continue to commit for the Charlotte, and that might come back to bite him, because Charlotte is going to just get stronger and stronger as the game progresses, and if he's not careful, he might find himself in a really tough situation in the top lane, as once the rotations do come in, the Dun really isn't one of those heroes that can really withstand 2 or 3 heroes.
Absolutely, especially those high damage heroes as well, like the likes of the Charlotte, and whilst you've got like Kaiser just soaking up the damage as well. But I wanted to just give highlight to that bro moment there that Dani did, just running in front of that my skill just to keep one alive. Because if it wasn't for that running in and taking that hit, we would have had first blood there easily. But Kai may be getting caught out here in the brush in the mid lane, but Kaiser and one of there. But there's that utility of Dun's really low cooldown on his ult, and great utility of the ult as well, being able to go over walls, get yourself in sticky situations. And as we know, Kaiser is a sticky hero, but we're seeing a rotation up here into the clash lane. Will this potentially be the takedown that Kai is preceded in that mid lane, but didn't quite happen? But we also have that time coming on that cooldown there with VKS.Dani there, one, and Charlotte to keep Musashi from that Sage buff, potentially the play here.
If they want to stop the tempo of the Musashi, making sure he doesn't cause chaos across the map, but Stalwart Esports recognizing that rotates just enough people to stop that aggression, and they will be able to secure that blue buff, and that allows Musashi to gank up to the top lane, and that might pay off for them if they're able to get the kill on towards the Charlotte. But Charlotte at this point in time is becoming very hard to kill. He's very mobile, he's very fast, and unfortunately the Ray is not able to help Kai get a kill on towards the Charlotte, and the stalemate in terms of kills continue.
Yep, absolutely. We got my buying that item for the explosion on the skills, but we have first blood onto Dun, and we have a reverse switcheroo there. Ray getting onto one, so it is a 2-1 trade for Ray and Zenon there as well. Well played in the clash lane, but was this all part of the bigger plan? Losing 2 kills up into the clash lane to gain the tyrant on the side of BKS. Musashi rotating around, Huang Gong's there looking for a steal, but was just not confident enough with only Clue there. So first tyrant does go over to BKS.
Yep. Still in terms of gold, both these teams are still pretty evenly matched, despite the kill difference going towards the side of Stalwart Esports. They managed to balance that out by getting the first tyrant of the game. So still both these teams are looking to continue farming up. Wawa does need a couple of items before he's really online. Musashi hasn't had his Axe of Torment completed yet, so they're going to wait for those items before really committing to any sort of kills across the map. While on the side of VKS, they also need those key items. They are not going to be able to take these fights without them, as the heroes on the side of Stalwart Esports are relatively tanky. Top lane, Kai, as well as Ray, being able to fend off Dani and Yep at the moment. Dani has to pop his ultimate to stay alive, but unfortunately no kills going on either side. And once again, the stalemate continues.
Yes, I think there's definitely an essence of even skill here between these two teams, and for Stalwart Esports to be evenly matching a Brazilian champion team right now, going past the 4-minute mark. Yes, they failed on the tyrant, they're up with the kills, and they're a little bit up with the gold. Not enough to write home about to mum. Be like, yo, we're 500 gold ahead. The game's ours. Don't worry about it. It's still a little bit of a lead for Stalwart Esports to have been quite a relatively new team. Obviously, the players on this team are quite veterans within other games. So, and having Mr. Coach Handsome there is also very much a big influence for them to keep up with some of these titans within the Invitational Season 1.
Absolutely. This is going to be, a match of the ages, where it's the first time a team from the Middle East and Arabic countries be able to face up against a strong team such as the Brazilians, and they are, at least in this game so far, definitely holding their own. Still even in terms of gold, and objective-wise, they haven't really lost a single tower on any side as well. So both of these teams are still biding their time, waiting for their core items before taking these fights. And we see Musashi inching closer to the XL tournament. He just completed that, and we should be seeing an aggressive move coming from him, as well as Xenon really soon.
Absolutely, all those reduced cooldown reduction, controlled reductions there, boots, all on the side of Stalwart Esports. There is no strain from those boots. Everybody has purchased them. Everybody's got those kicks because they want to minimize any CC on the side of VKS here. But another thing I'm just going to pick up slightly before anything happens here. Oh no, actually that can wait till later. We see Magenshi gain a kill into Wawa. The kill going over to support champ. I mean, you're going to still take it, but regardless, the kill has gone over to VKS, putting themselves now at even Stevens with the kills. I'm still not going to, I'm holding on to that point that I was going to talk about in a moment because it's still looking a bit shaky here. Sage buff still goes over to Musashi there, and we're looking at Dani getting his Sage buff. But the point I was going to make is that we see a lot of these Brazilian teams actually not going for Overlord until that Shadow Overlord pops up. Like, it's not an urgency for these teams. I've noticed it with A7, and I'm noticing it with VKS as well. They're just looking for those macro plays, getting those side lanes down as they've done there in the farm lane. And then when the potential arises, they will go for the Shadow Overlord. Kai looking very troubled here.
Yeah, Kai had to really use the tankiness of his hero to be able to survive that. He wants to go for a little bit more. Dani is still there. Dani hasn't popped his ultimate yet, so that's going to be scary. Princess First drops the ultimate, but that's just going to push out the waves, and Stalwart Esports has the numbers to push them back as well. So still not much in terms of, you know, finally getting these core kills, but as we go towards the mid game, as we see Ray complete yet another item, this is where things should be starting to heat up. Kai has to run away with his ultimate. WinRJ dealing a bit too much damage at the moment, and they will not be able to take the trade. And this might cause them to lose a bit tier 1 power, just lacking one member to defend this for the moment.
Yeah, no, that splash damage from Durenji is looking very troublesome for these these heroes that can't get in close and quick enough. Especially like the Dun. You can get in, but you can't get out, even though the cooldown reduction is quite low on the ultimate. We see again, VKS, even without the likes of the Kaiser, still picking up the Tyrants, still picking up this push in the farm lane as well. So once again, the macro play here for VKS is definitely not being matched too well by Stalwart Esports. I feel like this is where they're kind of falling short here. They're really holding on a lot of pressure to that mid lane turret, as they should do, because that's the thing that really cost them the first game against Alpha 7. But these side lanes are still opening up, and that is still just as much as an issue. It is not as important as that mid lane, but it is still a big issue for ganks later on, and for opening up the likes of the Sage buff and the Red Golem as well.
Yeah, these towers are going to be the name of the game, as both teams want to bring them down as quickly as possible, because that allows them to have easier access to their opponent's bases, and yet playing really aggressively. While in the mid lane, we do have VKS trying to push down the mid tier 1 tower, but Wawa there with his ultimate form is not going to allow them to get that easily. They have to take a team fight and win from the side of VKS before Stalwart Esports will give up their mid tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it's definitely seeming like that's the stalemate right now. We do have the enhanced Tyrant and the enhanced Overlord now active, so will we see a bit more of a gunning for the Overlord to try and get those pushes in the side lanes and potentially the mid lane turret as well, because that is the golden prize right now for VKS, as well as trying to win a match. But there we go, then he pops the ultimate from Kaiser, and there's the ultimate from Princess Frost as well, thinking that Stalwart Esports was going to take that bait and go for the team fight there. We see Charlotte running down the farm lane turret again, so tier 2 turret goes down, opening up another side lane. Xena misses out that skill, being able to clutch onto the Charlotte there. It's a little bit unfortunate for Stalwart Esports so far that these lanes are now opening up, but it is that 10-minute mark. We're now going into the 11-minute mark, and this is basically classed as the late game within Honor of Kings. This is where all things start to get a little bit more fruitier.
Yeah, that's the strength of the Charlotte. That's the strength of having a Clash laner that is really mobile and is able to push out the waves really quickly. You're able to create so much map pressure across the map, and as strong as Dun is in the Clash lane, once the laning phase ends, Dun is sort of relegated to an initiation role. He's supposed to jump into fights, stun up the opponents, and then try and win the fights for the teams. But when you have the Zhuangzi just like that, able to escape from your stuns, suddenly you're not as effective in these team fights, and VKS is able to play around the map very efficiently however they want, and making Stalwart Esports pay for that lack of coverage on this Charlotte.
Yeah, absolutely punishing them in terms of the macro here on the side of VKS, because they've not only got 3 tyrants, they have opened up the farm lane pretty much surgically as well. But the Clash lane is still holding on to that tier 2 turret. We may see a bit of a clash here. We've got Kaiser coming from the back of the queue here, going on to Kalu, stopping that help onto Ray. Ray gets eliminated by Charlotte. Charlotte takes down the Musashi, and is that all they're going to get, or is the Renji looking for some more? Kai goes in for a second engage. I think that may have been a bit of a mistake there. We see Princess Frost take down Dun. Dun goes down. It is a 2-0 trade, 2-1. Going over to Wawa. Wawa has been frozen. Double kill going over to VKS 1. Even though they died, it was like that after. It was just like a grenade kill in an FPS game that you just get after throwing and dying. It was just a beautiful after death kill by VKS1, but that was definitely the calm before the storm that we were seeing the motion of from VKS. They push the Clash lane, they push the mid lane. It's a little bit troubling here now for Stalwart Esports to try and get back on their legs.
Yeah, that team fight was huge for the side of VKS. They were able to open up 2 towers towards the mid. That is going to leave the jungle for the side of Stalwart Esports very exposed, and VKS can traverse there anytime they want. With that opening, they're able to bring down the Shadow Overlord, and this is where the real game starts here for VKS. They're able to play on all 3 lanes, while Stalwart Esports is more or less relegated to try and defending their high ground. This is going to allow VKS to really pull the lead in terms of gold very far ahead.
Yeah, no, I think it all stemmed from that mistake there on the side of Stalwart Esports and Kai just going in for the re-engage and not being able to actually get any of the other team there in range to do any damage other than the Huanzhong as well. But like you say, back is against the wall with these high ground turrets, and now looking very vulnerable with the Vanguards coming down both the lanes, and as well as the Shadow Vanguard accompanying probably the best macro player within this match, which is Niap on the Charlotte. It has been truly a phenomenal experience and gameplay from Charlotte here. Kai taking a little bit of damage from range here. Down goes the... was that a minion taking out somebody there? What happened? Oh no, it's second turret. Down goes the high ground turret there. Sorry, I completely forgot about that one. Kai going down. Charlotte takes down Clue as well, but Charlotte now falls defeat there, so Niap pushing force is gone, but the Trojan Horse is through. The Shadow Vanguard is at the crystal with 4 of VKS looking to take the crystal. A team 1. Is it going to be here? Zenon goes down. It's a team wipe. Double kill for Maguchi, and take down for VKS, completely inflating themselves back up from yesterday.
Absolutely, you can see VKS really calm and poised after that game, because that has just been the game plan for the entire team in this series. They know that they have to wait for a couple of key items, and the moment they got those items, bam, they up the tempo, they push everywhere on the map, and Stalwart Esports just wasn't able to just not able to defend that multi-pronged attack coming from the side of VKS. Wawa played decent on this Huanzhong, but ultimately unable to keep up with the tempo. Huanzhong needs too many items to be able to contribute in this team fight, and VKS recognizing that, not allowing him to get to that 8,000, 9,000 gold mark, be able to push down the tier 3s and immediately end the game right after that as well.
Yeah, you know, it was definitely a punishing game 1 after such a stalling 4 minutes, to especially even into that 10 minutes. We saw Stalwart Esports kind of shining before the pre-4 minutes, getting that 2 kills on the board. But then after that, it kind of just fluttered out. There wasn't many kills to be taken. And then in terms of macro, we didn't really see it. But then again, a hero like Dun really struggles with macro up in the Clash lane. So he was really just hoping that Zenon could really just dominate that mid lane. But when you're against a hero like Princess it's just completely on there. The aggression in the lane, also to pay attention to it, you have to basically always be there because Princess Frost can clear these lanes very quickly. So the pressure was there in the mid lane. So Dun couldn't macro. Zenin was really shut down in terms of the macro. Masashi trying to get some ganks, but as soon as those mid lane, those side lanes were open up, it was harder to get any kind of ganks or macro on the side of Masashi without being seen.
Yeah, Matt, this is a really good showcase of how to play across the map, how to be able to get as much as you can from the map. MVP for game number 1 will be won on the Princess Frost, and this is a very good example of why this hero has been so heavily focused in the ban phase. This Princess Frost, when you allow it in the hands of a good player, becomes very, very strong.
Absolutely. It's almost quite poetic. MVP for game number 1 is VKS, won there. But like you said, the performance was very well played, especially with those after death kills as well that we saw in the mid lane onto Wawa, which was just a little bit of a poetic death for 1 there. As we can see it, there goes the ultimate. She procs it, she's dead, still gets the kill. It's pretty great there on the side of VKS. But yeah, this we saw, we even commented on it that Stalwart Esports were going head-to-head, especially in that early game. But maybe that's where the improvement needs to lie for Stalwart Esports, is not the early game, it is setting up a better late game going into the 10-minute mark. So yeah, well played to VKS taking game 1 there.
Yeah, this puts Stalwart Esports in an awkward spot. They are trying to ensure that they have a better standing in their groups, but right now, after losing that game against Vivo Keystars, looks like Stalwart Esports might have to be content with taking the number 3 seed, unless Twisted Minds is able to do something against Alpha 7. Which as far as we've seen, Twisted Minds have been performing, have been improving throughout the group stage, but still not on par with all these top teams. So if Stalwart Esports is unable to take this game to a game 3 and potentially the win, they will have to be content with just taking the number 3 seed in the group.
Absolutely. I mean, unless Twisted Minds got a hyperbolic time chamber, I'm pretty sure that trying to contest with the A7 and the experience of KIC and the Brazilian tournaments that's all been going on whilst we've been waiting for this to launch in regions like Turkey, it's going to be very hard to achieve that in 72 hours, but I'm pretty sure they'll give it their darndest. But still, we are speaking about a match that has not happened yet and isn't going to happen just yet. We could still see 3 games roll out by VKS and Stalwart Esports because of they may think of this may just be a fact-finding match. Sometimes teams take a L just to find out what their enemy team is completely up to and what they're thinking. But again, we may be seeing a 2-0 as well, so we've got to really get ourselves prepared for that and for VKS to take that 2nd position in Group B.
Yeah, this match is probably more important for VKS. Compared to Stalwart Esports, VKS definitely do not want to be in the at the mercy of whoever decides to play against them, and also which will also decide how the knockout stage bracket will look like. So they have to take this win. They need to be able to secure the 2nd seed, which allows them to pick their opponents, which will either be Major Pride or which will be either Major Pride or potentially NRX. So having that advantage will definitely allow you to have be in a better position to progress to the to the semifinals in the knockout stage.
Yeah, I think just what Stalwart Esports really needs to do there, rather than go for the ban of the Byron, maybe take out Princess Frost, because we saw it yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was all bar like 1 or 2 games. Princess Frost was paired every prio ban on one of the sides with the Chow. So a huge day for banning out Princess Frost, and these kind of matches and these kind of performances really show why that hero also should be taken very seriously as the same as a Dachau, even though the playmaking in terms of macro isn't quite the same, but the domination in the mid lane is definitely solidified. It's tried and tested for plenty of players, the Princess Frost is tier 0 in the mid lane.
Absolutely, just does so much for a team. It provides the team fight. It gives you the ability to push out waves really quickly. The laning stages are just so annoying for anyone who's playing against the Princess Frost that you really don't want to allow your opponents to have that. So hopefully Stalwart Esports is able to learn from this experience and potentially ban it out in the next game. But they don't have much games left. They have to take the next few games seriously, because it might be their last in this tournament.
Yes, last in the group stages at least. But before we get into game 2, we're going to take a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
To take this fight. He's in the bushes, he's protected by every single one, but can Wawa change the outcome of this fight? A second outcome provided by the Dolia. Wawa is absolutely shredding them a new one. They
Come on!
and they will be able to get this tier 2 power in the mid lane as well.
Still gets eliminated by the Dachan and Wawa returns away.
There is always only one truth.
Then goes down as well, but it is Lady Sun picking up kill. The kill for Wawa and a white. Everyone but Liam.
This game for the top team mark, and they are definitely doing that right now. Moving down the bottom tier 2 power and getting a kill onto Shizuki as well. Something they did not expect. Oh, knockback coming from the lab. Lots of life moving down, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered you.
Welcome back from that short little break there. We're now seeing all the players back on stage ready for game 2. Those new joining at home or in the venue, my name's Blam and with me is Zero. So going into game 2, Zero, what do we feel needs to change for Stalwart Esports?
Firstly, the Princess Frost has to go, but at this point of the tournament where, you know, a mini meta have formed, it is really hard to ban out all the strong heroes, because you still got those staple heroes you have to ban out, like the Dachel, like the Dolia. You do not want to see these heroes, but you don't want to see the Princess Frost as well. You don't want to allow your opponents to have their signature heroes. So at this point, you sort of have you have to be able to give and take. You have to give up certain heroes in order to give you a better chance of winning. And if you want to do that, you have to have a solid game plan to counter whatever your opponent has to bring to you.
Absolutely. I mean, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we didn't see a banned Jing in that match there. I'm pretty sure we didn't. Yeah, that's bizarre that we didn't see Dani pick that up either, because I don't think we've even seen Dani on the Jing yet. It's mainly been by the likes of Benignus and Lost as well from FUT KAOS. So maybe it's just not a hero that Dani is quite comfortable with, because we saw him play Luna yesterday, and we all know how starved Luna was of that Sage buff. And if she starved of the Sage buff, she basically may as well be a minion, because you don't have that cooldown reduction, you don't have that unlimited tapped mana regen as well. So yeah, maybe that's the reason why Dani didn't go for it, because it's such a valuable, it's a resource-heavy hero that needs that Sage buff, and we don't want to see the same mistake happen yesterday. But like we're saying, yes, get the Princess Frost off the table for the mid lane. Maybe Zenon needs to think about not going for the Mai, because we saw it only really shine in that early game where we could have got potential another 2 kills on the board before the double kill up in the Clash lane. But we are now getting into draft bands of game 2, and we see the Dolia and the Byron come through again on Stalwart Esports. And then over to the side of VKS, we've got, Dao-chan, sorry, and then Dolia over to the side of VKS looking for the second ban.
Yeah, this time Stalwart Esports still has that first pick. So it's down to VKS to decide whether they want to ban out the Princess Frost or potentially pick it up for themselves, but at a later stage. Because Stalwart Esports has the opportunity to pick it up. Looks like looks like VKS will decide to ban out the Kaiser, which leaves the opening here for Stalwart Esports to pick up the Princess Frost. But again, they do not want to pick that up. They go for the Zhang Fei, another strong support hero. But it begs for me the question, is this actually better than picking up a Princess Frost at this stage of the draft?
I mean, going from the draft of Game 1, we didn't really have a massive engage hero on the side of Stalwart Esports, and Clue got MVP for playing Zhang Fei yesterday. So with those back-of-the-line ganks, with those crazy engages onto the enemy team, I think that Zhang Fei is a great pickup here, considering it was one of the banned champions for VKS in the last game. So giving over one of their comfort champions, especially on a player like Clue, I feel like is probably a better chance for victory there. But they do pick up the Dun and the Princess Frost again. But looking into it, we're getting a bit more zest here from Stalwart Esports. Ganmao and Wawa gets his treat pick. Luben, number 7.
Yeah, this time they snap it up right away. They don't want it to get banned in the second phase. So putting a lot of priority on Wawa's signature hero. And we did see Gun and Mo perform very well in the previous days of the group stage as well. So Stalwart Esports, this draft definitely looking like a much more solid draft. They have still plenty of team fight with the Zhang Fei as well as the Gun and Mo. The late game is secured with Wawa and his Luban number 7. So it's down to how they filled that up with the Clash Lane and Jungle to win in the last 2 picks.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen Ray play much other than the Musashi, and I think that's all he's played is Musashi, if I'm correct in thinking. I can't remember him actually picking any other hero other than Musashi, because we don't really see I don't think we've seen like Lamb come through on the side of Stalwart Esports. Maybe Pei we could see come through. Another great hero that has been shining towards the latter part of this tournament. I do know that Stalwart Esports do actually scrim a lot with Pei, and they actually told me that it wasn't until they started scrimming with Pei and other heroes of the likes that the Brazilian teams actually started picking up that hero in the jungle. So clearly that was a influence from their coach to pick that hero, and it's clearly influenced a little bit of the scene there. So they're setting a little bit of a trend with the Pei jungle pick.
Absolutely, it's one of the strongest early game jungle heroes. There's so much aggressive plays you can really do invading the opponent's jungle. Stalwart Esports will put priority in banning out their opponent's Clash Laner, Dharma, as well as the Mulan taken out there. VKS is going to do the same with the Charlotte, but will also ban out the Jing, because Stalwart Esports, again, is lacking in that clash as well as the jungle role. So not many good jungle heroes left to be picked up. Obviously, we've seen the Li Bai in these situations. I don't like the Li Bai in this lineup for the side of Stalwart Esports, because you've got no team fight setup, you've got no crowd control. So maybe something like a Zilong would be perfect here for Stalwart Esports, or maybe they have something else in mind for their jungle hero.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure why they went for the Mulan and the Doma ban there, because obviously we had Dun up. Obviously, Dun can be a flex pick into the support role, but from what we've seen from VKS Vigenshi is that I don't think that would have even like classified as a pick for them. But the Muzi pickup is definitely something more to the likes of what we've been seeing on VKS. And again, this was another hero that had a big day in bans yesterday. It was banned quite a bit because now people are seeing the potential of that long range stun, and also like we saw yesterday, I think it was on Alpha 7 where we saw the flash over the wall and then the stun get activated from his ultimate. So really great interactions from Muzi, and it's definitely activating towards the later part of this Season 1 Invitational. But then we see Stalwart Esports lock in the Liempo from Niap. So again, a huge pick of Niap's that we've seen him perform amazingly on. Still stolen MVP from when he did pick the Liempo. I'm still salty. Very sorry, broadcast. But then the pay does come through as well. So very interesting team comp here by Stalwart Esports and VKS.
Yeah, VKS picking up the Consort U, our second showcase of the Consort U in this tournament. And Consort U is the perfect hero to fit into this lineup. You're playing against a Luban number 7, you're playing against a Pei. What hero is able to escape from both of them while also being able to take those team fights head on? That is the Consort U, a very aggressive marksman that can be played early game, and her late game potential is nothing to be scoffed at as well. So I definitely love the lineup coming in here from the side of VKS. It's just down to how Stalwart Esports is able to take these fights, because it looks like it is going to be a very clash heavy team fight centric lineup in towards the mid game.
Absolutely. I mean, we always speak of the hero Consort U, but currently for both of these farm lane heroes, they're currently sat at a 0% win rate here because they've only been chosen once, and neither of them have actually had their moment to shine in terms of getting that win rate up. But in terms of being banned, Consort U has been banned more so times than Luban number 7. The first ban we've ever seen for Luban is today. But then when we take the looks of from some of these champions that have come, some of these heroes, sorry, that have come through now, like the likes of Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei currently on a big, not quite a big win rate, but going into day 4, 40% win rate here, but has been picked 15 times. So again, a great big support hero here that is always picked, but not always won. This is all depending on who is playing it. But we've never seen a dull moment when Clue picks up this hero. So let's get into game 2 between Stalwart Esports versus VKS. Will there be a game 3? This is going to decide it.
Absolutely, this is where Stalwart Esports has to pull out all the stops, have to pull out every trick in the book to be able to force this into a game number 3, because their lives, their tournament lives, it doesn't really depend on it, but they will definitely be happy if they're able to take the win here, because that allows them to have another shot on game number 3.
Yeah, and just another quick stat update on the side of Muzi. Muzi is currently sat at a 75% win rate, only being picked 4 times, but winning 3 out of those 4 times, and actually already been banned 7 out of 19 games. So, as I was saying, this is a hero that has been noticed later on within the Season 1 Invitational, so clearly this may be something that is very reliant on wins within the scrims, but hasn't always been necessarily played by or even picked up yet and noticed by some of these teams within the Season 1 Invitational. So again, a big champion, a big hero, sorry, with 75% win rate, same with Pi as well. But here we are seeing that long range, a little bit of a nice pairing here between the Muzi and the Consort, because not only have you got this stun that's long range, you've got the Consort use ability as well that can hit very long range as well. So a nice little pairing there between the two. You're going to either get hit by the one or hit by the two of them. So you preferably want to be dodging out that stun before the likes of the Musashi comes round and ganks the lane. But Zenon holding his own here against the Princess Frost this time. He's not playing the Mai, he's playing something that has a little bit more safety in range, but maybe not so when it comes to these team fights, because I feel like that is going to be the staple hero that may get focused here. It's either between Zenon and Gammo here. Potential knock-up and kill from Dani. It is almost over there for Ray. So they pick up and set up a near 2 kills there. VKS is still committed to picking up the Zenon kill, and Kai has had to rotate around to support that, not being a 2-0 already 2 minutes in. But Kai now in a sticky situation here.
A very big kill on towards the Pei. You want to stop the early game tempo, you want to stop the Pei from really snowballing towards the mid game, and what better way than to shut him down, get rid of his blue buff, and this is where we see Pei start to struggle. If you don't get those early kills, if your early game doesn't go as planned, your mid game and late game situation for the Pei is never going to be as strong as something like a Musashi. So you have to somehow, Ray has to find a way to come back to this game, maybe by getting a crucial kill on towards the top, or be able to gank the bottom side as well.
Absolutely. But in terms of the team comp, especially towards the mid to late game, we do have 2 great factors here, especially if we can get Clue and Kai to organize the team fight and control it. As long as they're the orchestrators of the team fight, I feel like the team fight will go in Stalwart Esports' favor, because Because not only have you got the huge shield from Zhang Fei, you've got the great beast mode, the dive in, the stun, and you've also got Lian Po with his ultimate that can stun right at the end, and his great CC for an area of an effect as well. So again, two great heroes for great team fight potential.
Speaking of team fight, up towards the top lane, Ray gets caught out once again, and that's the pay being shut down once again. Dani able to get the blue buff away from the Ray, and this is going to start bleeding. This is going to cause Ray to have a really bad game because he's very far behind. So Stalwart Esports, they have to catch up somewhere else, and they're trying to do that by pushing down towards the bottom lane. But the Mozi is able to survive for the moment. Nian rotating in, trying to get the kill towards Kai. Kai is not going to get frozen up. Nicely done there by Kai, but is it going to be enough? Mozi damage. Wawa dropping down very low, but he's not going to die for the moment. Able to survive with an inch of his health, and that is going to be Stalwart Esports having to give up the bottom tier 1 tower, it seems, unless rotations will come in time.
Yeah, no, I mean, all that's been going on, and again, great macro from the side of VKS, managing to take up that first tier turret in the clash lane. Dani not doing jungle things, but he has opened up that side lane already, which means that Sage buff is just a little bit easier. What are you doing? The side lane's completely gone on the side of the clash lane. Kai was too long from home of the clash lane. It's completely gone.
Yeah, beautiful map movement here from the side of VKS, recognizing that, you know, Stalwart Esports are going to rotate a lot of members down towards the bottom, so they allows Dani to push up all the way towards the tier 2 and get that for themselves. That's going to create so much map pressure from the side of VKS that Stalwart Esports, they're going to slowly start getting bled out. The blue buff is always in danger right now from VKS invading your jungle, and they have to watch out for that.
Yeah, I feel like the more we watch Stalwart Esports, the more we're seeing that Hercules heel is definitely these macro plays. It's not quite in the grasp of these clash lane players on the side of Stalwart Esports. They're very much struggling with the macro here. Instead, just giving themselves up for these team fights. But once again, these team fights are not going to aid you in getting open the enemy jungle and helping yourself to more farm. The Tyrant goes down for VKS once again, so this is going to be a hard one to already to come back from. The gold lane, gold difference is already gone out of control as well. They're already a steady 3k gold ahead at 10 minutes, which is a lot quicker than the last game. Kai may get caught out here, having to use his ult just to escape, which is huge. Douse to the team's utility into the next team fight.
Yeah, Zhang Fei had to pop his ultimate just to survive that as well, and that's going to cause a lot of issues for this mid-tier 1 tower, because when they come back from base after recalling, they're not going to have those ultimates, and that's going to give VKS the upper hand if they decide to take a 5 versus 5 fight. So they have to allow Xenon to push out the waves. Xenon tried to do just that, but just gets nuked down by the Princess Frost, as well as the Dun with the control, and that is not the position where Stalwart Esports wants to be. Without that mid laner, without that mage to clear out the wave, this mid tier 1 tower is going to be in such a dangerous situation.
Yeah, I suppose the only little bit of like hopium that comes from this whole thing for Stalwart Esports is, even though obviously the group stages means that everyone still gets to go through to it, but if we see VKS giving a little bit too much of their what would be considered as their pocket picks, or what their plays are going to be going into the knockout stage, I feel like this is a lot more vital to Stalwart Esports to learn this going into the knockout stage, rather than not finding this out until the knockout stage and this being your performance in the knockout stage and taking like a clean 3-0 defeat by VKS. So you have to give it to Stalwart Esports in a way that the mid lane is still up. They're learning from what happened in Alpha 7 series, but still the macro needs a little bit of work.
Absolutely. It's already up to almost 5,000 net worth difference between both these teams. Still not yet able to get a single kill here from the side of Stalwart Esports. And Wawa still does need a couple of few minutes to be able to get his next item. His Blood Weeper is almost completed, but he still needs at least one more item before he's able to take the team fight against like the likes of the Dun as well as the Musashi.
Yep, so we got potential team fight here in the mid lane. It's a little bit sketchy. That's not something I would want to face. I would be if I was Stalwart Esports, it's just about getting that Wawa online, like you say. Because once he's online, you've got a little bit more of damage within your team capacity there. But again, it's just these side lanes have been opened up, and once your minions are down there, it's a hard way to get your minions all the way back up to that tier 1 turret and then take it. But we see that Pi actually runs down and does a little bit macro there. So on the side of Stalwart Esports, Ray is actually trying to force the macro here and force a little bit more of a push, getting the Clash Lane turret for Stalwart Esports. But the crucial thing is holding on to that mid lane turret, but it's not looking like it's going to happen because the minions are attacking it. We have Consort U absolutely just decimating that mid lane turret. So now all this real estate is now opened up for VKS. They can have a merry old play in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, look at the net worth of Musashi right now. He's up to 8.4k. He's already completed his blue sky, so that's going to allow him to play very aggressively. And with this takedown of the Shadow Overlord, that's going to allow VKS to push out 2 waves as well. And that is going to continuously cause problems for Wawa, who is still not at a position where he's able to carry the team yet. He does still need a couple more items, but before he gets that, he is going to have to suffer just for a little bit longer as his team will try to drag out the game for him.
But yeah, you've got Niap scouting out the Sage buff on the side of Stalwart Esports, just waiting for Pi to come through. We've seen Pi go victim at the Sage buff quite a few times, but with the help of Zhang Fei and Liam Po, is able to actually secure himself both of his buffs there. But like you said, it's all about Wawa. But I feel like that's where the pressure's actually been put on with VKS. VKS know that Wawa needs that farm, and because they put the pressure on in other lanes, and we saw it in the farm lane, we saw the Kai rotated down. That gave VKS the cue to go and just completely decimate their Clash lane, knowing that the macro was completely off. But once you start upsetting one part of the rhythm, the other foot then trips over itself, and that's what we've currently been seeing so far for Stalwart Esports, is that they are currently trying to tango with 2 feet wrapped around each other. And I don't think if you've ever tried to watch somebody do that, I don't think everyone has tried to do that, but I would like to see somebody try and do the tango with twisted feet. It's not going to look pretty.
This is definitely not a situation you want to be in, and that's definitely not a situation that Stalwart Esports wants to be in at the moment. But they are still holding their own pretty well. They haven't lost the mid-tier 2 tower. They've been able to clear up the Shadow Overlord push pretty well, and that gives them a little bit more hope as we reach the 12-minute marker. It allows Wawa to get 1 more item before the next upcoming team fight, and that could be the difference maker between them losing the game outright and them having a chance to fight back.
Again, Genshi just with these bush checks as well. He's been all over it, and there's no other hero for it because you can check them from a very safe distance. And if you manage to hit it, it's like hitting the bingo, because you can then stun or do a lot of damage onto one of the enemy heroes and then just open up a engage from a nearby ally. But again, Muzi, this is why it's showing that this hero is 75% win rate. Niap looking pretty low. Ganmo, Zeta getting the first kill on the board for Stalwart Esports, but soon it is met with a 3-1 trade. We tried to get hype there for Stalwart Esports, but actually a 4-1 trade. Okay, 4 bang from VKS. I think this is potentially the beginning of the end here for this best of 3.
Yeah, the team fight did not go as planned there for the side of Stalwart Esports. They are losing real estate right now. Tier 3 on the top lane is dead, so is Wawa, and that should be it, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be VKS locking their 2nd seed in Group B, and there is nothing that Stalwart Esports can really do about it, unless Q is able to perform some miracles here. He's dropping down very low, he doesn't have the ultimate, but he still manages to survive. The damage coming from Xenon is enough to dissuade them from finishing the crystal, and the game will continue for at least another minute.
Yeah, another minute of just trying to hope, farm up, and wait till Wawa comes back, which is 7 seconds. But whilst that's all happening, we've got VKS just taking down another Shadow Overlord, which once again we know is a great asset when it comes to pushing these lanes. And only having 2 higher ground turrets remaining is not going to be the hardest task for VKS. All they've got to really do is just push this minion wave, push Stalwart Esports to so their backs are against the wall, because they have the openness of farm of the jungle. They have many ways to get around this team, many ways to collide and surgically move upon Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, it is very difficult right now for Stalwart Esports to find any sort of farm, and Wawa is trying his best to get his Daybreak completed. He's almost there, just needs another 600 gold to do so. But you can see he's just stuck in the base. He's just constantly being poked and prodded by this Mozu, as well as the Concert U combination. It's just so annoying when you're trying to stay at a far range, but these heroes can still hit you anyways. With the Shadow Vanguards already reaching the tower, they're going to be able to bring down the bottom tier 3. That leaves only the middle tier 3 tower left standing, and that is going to be taken down right now on the side of VKS.
Yeah, just holding on by the skin of its teeth there. Consort U tries to do a little bit of damage left of it, but Niap gets taken out thanks to Pi. So Ray is going in. He's a little bit too far behind there. Consort U with the CC onto Faye, but it is a 2-1 trade for Stalwart Esports. They may not have many chickens, but they're counting their eggs that's left in the basket, and it is the only egg is that higher ground turret so far. VKS still have enough utility to try and take another Tyrant, and it's going to be successful takedown for this Tyrant here by the 3 remaining members of VKS with their junglers still alive. Is anything really going to become good of this 3-1 trade? Not really, because there's not much in terms of the push. We need to sort of see that mid lane open up if we're going to open up any sort of hope of getting a 1-1 victory for Stalwart Esports right now.
Baby steps, Flam, baby steps. They are making their way. One almost get nuked down there from Xenon, but he managed to pop his invulnerability just in time, keeping him alive from that nuke. So VKS definitely still not taking this game lightly. They're still playing on the ropes. They're still playing on the knife's edge, knowing that they are inches away from taking this game as well as the series win. But they have to finish them off. They do not want to give Wawa any more time to progress in terms of items. And this is them trying to end the game. Dungfei is able to pop his ultimate, but they manage to bring down Wawa immediately. They do trade off Dani though, so it's a 2-4-3 trade off at the moment, 2-for-1 trade off at the moment. But they're trying to end the game right here now. Kai dropping down very low, and the damage coming from the console is way too much. One will drop. Is it going to be enough though? Glue will fall, and that's going to be an ace as they still have enough damage to bring down the crystal, and that is going to be VKS taking the series and securing second seed.
I honestly thought for a second there the duo lane from BKS was going to have a quick kiss on the cam there. I was like, oh, okay. So that really meant a lot to this team, but no, it was a handshake, and I'm very much glad it was a handshake because I don't think the audience would be able to handle that. But yeah, I mean, all they had to do, and we saw the poetry in motion. Masashi was running down the clash lane, and then you had to pay for some reason trying to force a push into the farm lane. So the macro activated a little bit too late for Stalwart Esports. They only ever did the macro, well, when it was towards the end of the game, which that's not when you macro. You macro when you are early game, when you have the opportunity to get that advantage from your enemy team.
Yeah, that was just too little too late there from the side of Stalwart Esports. But VKS takes a well-deserved victory as they will secure second seed in their group, which allows them to have second pick in their for their opponents in the knockout stages. So that's going to give them a relatively big advantage in qualifying for the semifinals after that.
Absolutely. I believe that the MVP definitely goes over to win DRG, because not only did he finally get a win for Consort U, he did go 7-0 to 14k gold. He could also go over to Dani as well with a fantastic performance on the Masashi. But if we're looking at the difference in the damage dealt and the gold as well, so 25.7%, you got the 35.6% damage dealt as well. And then team fights are basically neck and neck in terms of their team fight rate, and then damage taken is literally a little bit off between the two there. So I would honestly say go for both of those, or one of those would either get the MVP. But yeah, it's just a hard one here for Stalwart Esports. I can only assume that this is just a learning curve for them, or it's them just learning what VKS were actually planning on bringing to the knockout stage.
Yeah, that was just, very textbook play, very mid-game oriented lineup that VKS was able to execute to perfection, controlling the map, controlling the farm that their opponents were able to get. and that allowed them to take the win here against Stalwart Esports, who unfortunately will have to be happy with 3rd seed, but the MVP is in fact won once again. This time on the Princess Frost.
Yep, so one getting MVP in game 2. Not quite the same kind of ring it has to it than it did in game 1. But still, very impressive to get back-to-back. We did see a back-to-back MVP yesterday as well. So very well played to VKS1. He is definitely a mid lane player not to take lightly. But it's definitely the Princess of the Frozen Lands is definitely the hero in the mid lane that we still need to see being banned. And maybe that's where the biggest mistake happened here for Stalwart Esports. Maybe they thought, you know what, maybe take your Princess Frost. She can be tier 0, but we can work around that. But both of those games proved a completely different narrative from what they were preaching within the textbook there. But it's VKS. I mean, what can we expect? Brazilian champions, this is how they are meant to perform. 2-0 to Stalwart Esports, who's considerably a new team. But to be honest, I think my hope of another best of 3 is definitely dwindling. I don't think we're going to see it with the next matchup either.
Yeah, the next few matchups do look pretty one-sided at the moment, but who knows, we might be surprised by one of the teams playing as the underdog, so we'll have to wait and see how they perform. But my oh my, what a finish to a 2-0 series. VKS proves and shows us that they are still one of those teams that is meant to be feared. Their mid-game rotations, their map control is still second to none, and it has only been Alpha 7 that's been able to stop them from reaching that mid-game. What a game here from VKS.
Absolutely, it was definitely an eye-opener to what they're actually capable of, because yesterday when we saw them play against Alpha 7, we really thought like, wow, okay, what's really happened to this team? Has there been like a little bit of a light switch turn-off moment where it's meant to be a light switch on moment when you're in the group stages fighting who potentially could be your semi-final opponent? But yeah, this is definitely the VKS we were waiting for and hoping for from since day one. Because day one, we can say arguably they had a very easy matchup. I believe it was against Major Pride. And then day 2, again, they didn't get to play. And then it was then against Alpha 7, the Titans of Brazil right now, and currently undefeated within the group stages. And we're looking to see if they can maintain that undefeated streak within the group stages. And then afterwards, after that, we see if FUT KAOS can manage to shine off there, because they did lose a round to BJK, so not quite as impressive as Alpha 7's 2-0, but still they are top of Team A and Alpha 7 are top of Team B. So it's going to be really interesting to see what goes on with this next match. Maybe Twisted Minds might take a round.
Maybe. I mean, Twisted Minds have shown that they are able to grow throughout the tournament. Their progression has been really fantastic to watch. But like you said, they kind of need a hyperbolic time chamber to be able to catch up against Alpha 7, who has the years of experience in Honor of Kings, and they might still surprise us. It's yet to be seen, but it is honestly a tough mountain to climb here for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yep, I mean, I wasn't quite aware that Mount Olympus was in Brazil, but clearly there now. They have taken it back to their country with them, and it's safely there, especially within the West anyway. But yeah, it's these, like I said in the closing statement of the last game, I feel like the hope of a clear best of 3 may not be in the cards for us again within the group stages. We can only hope that NRX really bust FUT KAOS's left foot open, so they are able to at least get one win on the board, or they might even surprise us, being the 3rd seed, being completely overshadowed by BJK in FUT KAOS's statement. We may see NRX actually come back with a little bit of pounce, a little bit of fight in them, because they had an easy game yesterday. Going into this one is probably one of their toughest.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the matchups they have the highest potential to win as well. Other than Major Pride, of course, Pastitas Esports did struggle a little bit against IWNRX. One of the games did both the games did go to the 20, 21 and 23 minute mark. So they are definitely no pushovers. They definitely know how to play the game, and maybe just some small advantages or small movement changes from IW NRX side would have been able to get them at least one of those map wins, because when any game goes to the 23 minute mark, it can go whichever way possible. So against FUT KAOS, despite them saying that they are the best team in Turkey, Besiktas Esports did really take it to them. And if IW NRX is able to do the same thing against Besiktas Esports, what's saying that they cannot do the same against FUT KAOS as well?
Absolutely, but less about that. We are going to be hearing from VKS with an interview in a moment. It's going to be interesting to see who actually speaks on besides them, because last time I'm pretty sure it was one, and then yesterday we actually got a coach speaking in the interview. So we are going to be going over to the interview very shortly with Dani.
Evet, herkese merhabalar. Yanımda VKS'ten Dani var. Bugün 2-0'lık güzel bir galibiyetle güne başladılar. Ancak dünkü mücadeleleri çok istedikleri gibi geçmemişti. Onunla ilgili ve bugünkü maçlarla ilgili kendisine birkaç tane soru yönelteceğiz şimdi. Dani, first of all, welcome and congratulations on your victory. Things weren't that great yesterday. It was an 0-2 versus Alpha 7. So can you tell us, how did you adjust after yesterday's 0-2 performance?
O que vocês ajustaram após o derrotamento para a Alpha 7 de ontem?
Ontem o nosso time contra a Alpha 7 teve uma performance muito ruim, tanto coletivamente quanto individualmente, principalmente pela minha parte, mas quando a gente voltou, a gente conversou em time, a gente viu os nossos erros e acredito que isso não vai mais acontecer.
Yesterday versus Alpha 7 we lost, but after we returned to hotel, we revised our errors in the game and we made ourselves better, so to win today.
Dün evet Alpha 7'a karşı yani bir yenilgiyle başladık ama sonrasında otele de yani maçtan sonra otelimize de döndüğümüzde maç tekrarına baktık, hatalarımızı giderdik, yani dersimize çalıştık ve bugün rahat bir galibiyet aldık dedi. İkinci soruya geçiyoruz. İkinci soruda da ilk maçtaki Kaiser performansıyla ilgili bir soru soracağız. Hem çatışma koridoruna bol bol baskın yaptı, hem de 2-2'lerde oldukça aktifti. Onunla ilgili bir soru yönelteceğim kendisine. So, in game 1, you played Kaiser, and as Kaiser, you ganked the clash lane several times, and you also engaged in a lot of 2v2 fights. Can you tell us more about that? Can you expand on that?
No primeiro jogo, tu jogaste como Kaiser e foi para o Clash Lane para ter muitas lutas 2 versus 2. O que estava a pensar?
Bom, a gente sentiu que a nossa luta 2v2 era muito mais forte do que o do time adversário e a nossa decisão foi criar vantagem no mapa usando as lutas e rotacionando para pegar os objetivos.
I think the ability of 2 versus 2 clashes of our team is better than the other team, so we did this to ensure our advantage to the enemy, so to win the game.
Ya bizim 2-2'lerimiz zaten rakibin 2-2 performansından çok daha başarılıydı, çok daha kuvvetliydi ki iyi hissediyorduk kendimizi. O yüzden maçı kazanabilmek için de bu 2-2 savaşlar üzerine yoğunlaştık. O zaman son sorumuza geçiyoruz. Bugünden sonra tabii ki artık gruplar bittiği için eleme maçları oynanacak ve takımlar rakiplerini seçmeye başlayacak. Onunla ilgili A grubundan hangi takımla eşleşmek isterler onu soracağım kendisine. So, which team from Group A do you think you would like to face against? Your team would like to face against in the playoffs?
Que time vocês vão escolher em Grupo A em os próximos jogos?
Bom, eu gostaria de jogar contra a FUT, porque na minha opinião eles são o melhor time do grupo A, então eu gostaria de testar o nível do nosso time jogando contra o melhor adversário do outro grupo.
I think we will choose FUT because I think they are the strongest team in the group and they have the same capability as ours, so that we want to choose them as our enemy.
A grubundan FUT KAOS'la karşılaşmak isterim dedi. Çünkü onların da yetenek seviyeleri, yapabilecekleri bizlerle aşağı yukarı aynı. Onlar da o grubun en kuvvetlisi ve biz de kendimizi en kuvvetli görüyoruz. O yüzden onlarla karşılaşmak isterim dedi. Thank you for this lovely interview and thank you for joining me on the stage. Best of luck in the future games and the rest of the tournament. Thank you. Teşekkürlerimizi ilettiğimize göre sözü sunuculara paslayabiliriz. Görüşmek üzere.
I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la. La la.
To take this fight. He's in the bushes, he's protected by every single one, but can Mawali change the outcome of this fight? A second out deliver, provided by the Korea. Wawa is absolutely shredding them a new one.
Come on!
And they will be able to get this 2 power in the thing as well.
But still gets eliminated by the No-Chan and Wawa returns away.
There is always only one truth.
Then it goes down as well. But it is leading some big kill. The kill for Wawa and a white. Everyone but Liam.
Game for the top mark, and they are definitely doing that right now. Moving down the bottom tier 2 power and getting a kill on Suzuki as well. Some kids are expect, oh, knockback coming from the lab. Lots of that. And that is exactly what the doctor ordered you.
7 are such a great team, and White and Brazilian teams are probably some of the most feared ones because they have not only the most experience.
But the sustains
Next target.
from the little loop keeps them up and running, keeps them healthy on land. Goes the backline trying to burst someone down. They will bring down a view, and Jet is absolutely huge, and View down, Xiao is for the damage leader from the side. Oh, then NRX is able to just get top down.
And now the Vanguard coming through here with the Dragon as well to help the foot. Chaos going through. Lamb going in true Lamb fashion, doing lots of damage like the assassin that he is. Getting a
Pinky swear, we promise. Brothers always stay together.
Are you ready?
Ragnar is trying to go in to pick up some kills. Subbin takes down one.
He's still alive. Doing so much damage. Buggy going straight for the backline.
An overwhelming victory.
I'm sending all of you fools home.
They stay far away from the mid lane. That is the amazing engage once again. Huge potential.
Come on! Here's you, the crybaby. This is Xiao Yu. Pinky swear, we promise. Brothers always stay together. once. The wild goose leaves in autumn.
But no matter how far it flies, it always returns. Below the Great Wall lies mine.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 4 of the group stages. And because it's day 4, it is the final of the group stages. So this is where teams are hoping to stay or get to as top as the group as they can. My name is Blam, and with me is Zero. How are the thoughts going from game 1 into game 2 feeling, Mr. Zero?
I think that, for those teams who are watching the game previously, they'll definitely be very excited to be able to play on stage. And they will also be able to have their hands on the Infinix GT 10 Pro, which is provided by our sponsors, Infinix. It is innate to be the most professional choice for gamers who are fighting with kings. All sensory game engine and high refresh rate immerse you in the purest gaming experience, and they will be using this device. Both these teams that will be on the stage later on, Twisted Minds as well as Alpha 7, will be using this device to find out if Alpha 7 will be able to, they already secured their top placing in Group B, but will Twisted Minds be able to at least contest for the second seed?
Absolutely, I couldn't have made that sponsor little pitch as smooth as you could with the hands-on comment. That was a little bit amazing. But yeah, as you were saying, with Twisted Minds, versus Alpha 7 up next, is definitely going to see if Alpha 7 can stay upon the leaderboard of Team Group B. But here we go. Here's looking at the teams here for Twisted Minds. We have VN as the support, Jin as the farm, we have Seven Agar as the mid, we have Falcon in the jungle, and then Bawadi in the Clash lane with their coach, Twisted Mind Orange, who is obviously a KPL player, if I'm correct in saying. It was previously KPL player.
Yep, and he definitely has been able to at least provide the team with a little more insight on how to play at a high level. But their opponents, they definitely are playing at a high level right now. That is Alpha 7 from Brazil. We've got Muster, Benignus, Suits, Almine, and Selena with their coach Patala, and they are on an absolute tear right now, being able to take the win against Vivo Keystar 2-0. They've been able to take the win against Stalwart Esports 2-0, and sure, they have sweat in the previous few games, but they are definitely looking very dominant and looking like the team to beat.
Absolutely. I mean, they're all a face of a team that definitely mean business there, and business is what they've come to do, because so far they're just undefeated. They've not lost a single round, unlike the other the other group's top team, which is FUT KAOS. They have lost a round to Besiktas Esports, whereas Alpha 7 has not lost a single sausage of a round. They are completely undefeated so far in the group stages, which means that they are currently standing still to choose their opponent going into the knockouts, which is a great place to be, especially when you're looking over to the other side of Group A and looking for the weakest link there. And I'm pretty sure Alpha 7 have a firm grasp on who they are going to be choosing as their knockout round opponent.
Yeah, I mean, Major Pride definitely looking like they are in danger for the first round. They haven't been able to take a single map win. They have been growing throughout the tournament, but unfortunately I don't think they'll be able to match up against Alpha 7. I would love to be surprised as they play on in 2 more days in the knockout stages, but so far they haven't really shown that they are able to take it up against one of these top teams.
Absolutely, and this is where it all starts. This is where the playmaking and the idea of what's going to be going on with these teams starts here in that ban draft. And here we go again. It is Jing coming through for the final 5th time within the group stage and currently still sitting at 100% win rate. Is it already over?
I mean, when you put the Jing on a talented player such as Benignus, you are sure that he is going to be able to dazzle you. You are sure that he's able to go for the kills, the early aggression, the late game potential. It's all there, and in the hands of Muster, any hero, in the hands of Benignus, any hero will look scary, but amplified more is that Jing.
Absolutely, that Jing pick has definitely frightened me already. I think I would be surrendering at 5 minutes for myself if that was solo queue. But yes, we're seeing the Kaiser and the Princess Frost band come through, where we saw Princess Frost actually come out of her chilly cave to play in the last match, and one boat was predominantly the main function of the win because VKS got MVP in both games playing that hero. And then over the other side, Twisted Minds have banned out the Dao-chan. Poor hero, the Chao. Not getting any action within 21 games with a 100% ban rate. And then Dolia followed up by the Consort U.
Interesting to see the Consort U ban. Not really a marksman that you see focused in terms of the bans early on, just because, you know, there's just so many other marksmen that you can go for. But Twisted Minds, they do have an idea how to play around the Jing. That's going to be with the Dong Huang support. But is it going to be enough against Benignus, who definitely has faced this particular matchup 1,000 times? He would definitely know how to play against it. But it is still one of those heroes that, as a Jing player, you do not want to see in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the whole fun of the Dong Huang going against the Jing, is that Dong Huang has to catch the Jing first, and with this hero going side to side, you've got to try and lock that beauty down. That's going to be a whole fun fair to see in this game, to be honest. But looking at those last few bans here, we see the Charlotte and the Dun ban come through as well, so heavily focused in that Clash lane because Twisted Minds have not made up their mind on their Clash lane pick yet. And then the final ban for Twisted Minds is that Huang Zhong as the farm lane there. But Almighty already picking up the Arlie, another hero that's 100% win rate. And are we going to see that still translate through in game number 1? If so, it's going to be massive. And another massive pick is the Muzi. Like I said, Muzi is activated in the latter part of this Season 1 Invitational and is definitely showing why people are now picking him up, because after that game with VKS, it was a great push check. It was a great initiation hero as well.
Definitely, and this begs to question why those 2 bans on the marksman from the side of Twisted Minds. They ban out the Consort U and the Huang Zhong when the Arlie is still on the board, when you got the Moses still available to be picked up. Sure, maybe they didn't expect the Moses since they picked up the Zhang Fei, but you know, it's still one of those heroes that you do not want to let your opponents have. Twisted Minds do round out their lineup with the Lian Po Clash lane, something that Bawadi has been pretty capable on, but is it going to be enough to sustain against this aggression that is surely to be coming from Alpha 7?
Absolutely. I mean, we could always say the dreaded hero in the mid lane, but I mean, who better to have as the dreaded player that is Suits, giving him this huge range first skill that can potentially steal those crucial thefts in the jungle on the Tyrant and the Overlord, which we've seen plenty of times already. Giving him the Muzi is just going to enable him to do that even more, because out of all the ones that he's been having to do the trick shots on, I'd say Muzi is probably going to be the easiest hero to actually try and steal those jungle objectives. So let's see how Suits fares onto the Muzi, but I can imagine he will do it with complete breeze and ease. But here we are having both of the coaches' handshake. We are going to be getting into game 1 very soon, getting onto the Gorge. First game between Alpha 7 versus Twisted Minds.
Okay, this is going to be Twisted Mind, but a win right now would cement their position in history as a team that went undefeated, as a team that completely destroyed their opponents in the group stage of in the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1. Let's see if they're able to keep that up, or will Twisted Minds throw a wrench in their plans as we head into the Gorge for Game 1 of this Best of 3 series.
Absolutely, there we are. It is ready and rolling now into the Gorge. We are getting into Alpha 7 versus Twisted Minds. Will Twisted Minds actually be able to upset the undefeated streak of Alpha 7, or are Alpha 7 just going to maintain that solid performance so far? But just a little bit of a quick check there. We're seeing Muzi already up in with Zhang Fei in the mid lane. Dong Huang as well coming around. VN and 7Agar looking to 2v2 up in the mid lane. But first blood already on Muster. He is not messing around when it comes to that clash lane, and getting that Byron pick that was been banned both times in the last match has shown why Byron is a great pick in the clash lane.
It is, it definitely is, and Byron, one of the strongest laning heroes that you can ask for, definitely is showcasing why it is up in the top lane. He's been able to bully Bawadi on this Lian Po, a very tanky hero, but he still managed to get the kill, and that's going to give them a huge lead going towards the mid-game stage, where Lian Po is going to suffer a little bit more compared to the Byron who just had a great start.
Absolutely, but Suits looking very troubled there by Dao Chen. Fang to the shield, but the flash in. Oh, okay. 7Agar getting the kill onto Suits. Jin going in onto Falcon. Falcon is in the Lion's Den within the river there, and they do get a 1-1 trade in that whole interaction. But fair play to 7Agar. Taking down Suits there. Suits getting a little bit too close to comfort, especially on a pick like the Chao, who can do so much damage, and on an early 1v1 that is not going to be influenced by any of your teammates. It's definitely going to go in the favor of the Chao because of Dao Chan, sorry, because of the ridiculous damage there.
Yeah, that is the strength of the Diao Chan. Even though she's not level 4 yet, she's just gonna get stronger after that. Muster has been able to steal the, get both the golem buffs from Falcon, who did fall, but he's taking a lot of damage here. He might fall here, not level 4 yet, on towards Vian, so he's not able to lock him down. And Muster might be able to survive with his life, barely able to survive the damage coming from Vian, but he will live to see another day.
Yeah, the GPS route for Muster there was clearly on the road to life, because fortunate enough for him, he did have the heal under the turret there, just about saving him from that splash damage of the Don Huang. But it's all about saving graces within this game, because it looks like Alpha 7 are just having a little bit too much fun, a little bit too much underestimating. But when you're a team that is currently undefeated, I feel like that is a given right now. But like you're saying, Muster, Benignus looking to bully Falcon once again, looking to steal those buffs from the enemy jungle, freezing and absolutely bullying. And this is the problem here with A7, is that their players are so confident, especially with Muster. I feel like Muster is a very overlooked player. When we talk a lot about A7, we talk about Suits, Benignus, and Amwani as well. But Muster also got MVP yesterday, and he is a fantastic clash lane player with great macro as well.
Absolutely, and bottom lane has just been constantly being pressured here by Suits on that Mozu. We talked about how annoying it can be when he's just throwing stuns over and over again. And Twisted Minds, they haven't really been positioning themselves in a way that they're avoiding those stuns. Look at that, another connection on towards Jin, and he's just been taking damage. And these tiny bits of damage do stack up. They do whittle you down, and they stop you from taking the fights that will be surely coming at the moment, because the Overlord as well as the Tyrant will be spawning right now.
Yeah, they definitely decrease your maximum opportunity within these team fights. 7Agar almost getting caught out there, but VN recalling in the bush, very close for comfort there. We almost got hit by the Muzi AoE of that first ability. That would have been a great way to cancel the recall that you weren't even privy of. That was, it would have been a great little touch for A7. Didn't quite happen, but we do see that Twisted Minds actually managed to pick up a jungle objective from the Brazilian Titans here, but I feel like it's because they are playing a little bit more unorthodox within this game, because they're having a little bit of fun, it seems. It's definitely not the suited and booted A7 we're used to seeing, especially when they just played against VKS. This is definitely more of a let's have a bit of fun, but let's have some destructive fun, because they're currently up 4-2. Omani goes down, though. It is currently a 2-1 trade so far. Dao Chan looking to try and get the kill on the suits, but here comes Midlanders with the Jing. Flashes over the wall into the pit of Muster there as well, and Muster takes the CC and the kill onto 7Agar.
And not the position you want to be in. Dove a little bit too deep to try and get a kill and pace with his life. That is going to be really detrimental for Twisted Minds, because that is your mid laner falling once again. That is the not once again, but for the first time. That is Dao Chan's first death in the game, but every death does stop her from reaching her maximum potential, and that you need all of your players to be at their strongest, because when Alpha 7 comes knocking, you better be sure you can answer the door.
Yeah, you better have your money in hand and pass it over quick, but Suits getting taken down on a 4v1 there, because Omani was just a little bit too behind in terms of being able to do damage, but Falcon looking pretty low. CC immunity did not help anything, because 7 Benignas come through with a triple, potentially a quadra kill there. It all goes to Benignas. Can we get the first penta of the group stages within a Season 1 Invitational? It's not official, but it's an ace nonetheless.
Yeah, this is the best start that Alpha 7 could hope for. Not saying that they actually needed a good start. They are really skilled players, but this is going to set them up for a great Game 1 victory. 10-4 in terms of score, with 6,000 net worth in their favor at the moment. This is going to be a very tough hill to climb here for Twisted Minds.
Absolutely. I mean, just look at this poetry motion to the sacrificial lamb that is Suits, but so much opportunity opens up here. Absolutely. Ever since Benignas gets the Sage buff as well, we see 1, 2, 3, 4 go down. Bawadi comes in a little bit too late there, but is sure to meet his maker. That is Benignas at the end of it, getting a clear ace for a 7 there in the mid lane, but also opening up that mid lane game as well.
The bottom lane, they're trying to go for another attempt. Mawadi out-ping in, but has to back off. Everyone taking so much damage to get a suppress on those Alchemy. That's a huge kill that they are able to get. Agar might be in a dangerous position, and Benignas will make her pay with her life, as the Dao Chan will fall this bottom tier 2 tower. There's no Q-Wave to continue pressuring, but that is still a huge fight that Twisted Minds would not love to see.
Absolutely there, and Muster still doing what Muster does best, which is that macro. Macro Muster is definitely the rebrand you should be going for, because he's completely dominated that clash lane pre-10 minutes as well, so there's still 2 minutes away from that late game mark that we call in honor of Kings, and down goes that second tier turret in the clash lane as well. There's not really much that Twisted Minds can really do here. They've been forced very early to the back of the room, and their backs are against the wall right now, and A7 are the ones that are got them forced against the wall, and it's not a pretty team to be at the hands and the mercy of currently within the group stage of Season 1 Invitational in Turkey. But I'm not too sure what can go right here for Twisted Minds. They've picked up a few kills. Is that the best thing that they can take from this?
They have to try and stall this upcoming high ground push that will be coming from Alpha 7. They have to take a convincing team fight and then get some map objectives, because at the moment 8,000 net worth is definitely a huge advantage going towards the side of Alpha 7, but it's not insurmountable. If they are able to take a convincing fight, that might still be a glimmer of hope here, as they're trying to do that right now. Mawadi jumps in, but that Benignas towards the backline destroys 7Agar, and Wolf will go for the kill onto his Mawadi as well. That's not the fight you wanted to go for. 3 heroes down already from the side of Twisted Minds, and they will be able to take this top tier 3 tower. Muster, no skill depth whatsoever. The only depth is going to be on the side of Twisted Minds, as there are 4 heroes down, and Alpha 7, they don't even want to take this to the late game. They want to end this right here, right now. 5 heroes down. That's going to be Game 1 going towards the way of the Brazilian team.
Just clean, precise plays by Alpha 7. I mean, we were saying that it wasn't true Alpha 7 form. They were having a bit of fun towards the beginning of the game, just sort of like having a bit of joke around, seeing suits fall, letting Twisted Minds maybe fall into a false sense of security there. But then towards the end, we see that pre-10-minute takedown at the Crystal. It all goes down once again. Ace for Alpha 7. You can see that Twisted Minds their minds are truly twisted. After that brutal battering from Alpha 7, I don't think there's much that can be done in terms of trying to combat that same kind of ferocity from A7 going into game 2. But just look at that board. Yes, Omani had a few trip-ups there on the Ali, but the Ali still maintains that 100% win rate. Same with the Jing, but Benignus once again 9-0-4 with the Jing. I don't think there's anybody else who can form this Jing as well as Benignus in this competition.
Yeah, you definitely have to ban out this Jing against a team with the caliber of Alpha 7, especially with a player like Benignus controlling it. You are definitely going to see the best Jing in this tournament. And again, when you're playing against Alpha 7, there's just way too many of these advantages. The players that they have on the side of Alpha 7, they can play any hero and perform it to the maximum that potential that the hero can do. So Twisted Minds, they have to stop being complacent in this bans. Try to take out the best possible heroes that Alpha 7 can play, and then from the remaining pool be able to work out a strategy that will give you the highest chance of taking the game.
Absolutely. I mean, this Dong Huang pick was clearly like you've picked Jing, we picked Dong Huang. But I don't think I actually even saw a moment within that match where it was like, oh my god, a suppression onto Jing. It was just like, was there even a suppression that took place from Dong Huang in that whole match there? It was just not to be feared, not to be seen. Not a single tower was taken down on the side of Alpha 7, and that really shows the Musters macro. But getting the MVP, I would have just given this straight over to Benignus anyway, because he got it twice in a row yesterday, and especially when he's on the Mirror Blade, that is Jing.
9-0-4, absolutely destroying the backlines and everybody else from the side of Twisted Minds. This is why you have to take away these heroes from the hands of Benignus, but it is just way too hard to be able to cover all of that with just 4 bans, as well as this not being a global ban pick format. The players will be able to pick up whatever hero they want eventually, and this will be a problem for Alpha 7, who doesn't have that wide of a hero pool. That is going to be a hurdle they have to overcome in order to progress further in this tournament.
Again, it's not one of those things you can really rush. It's trying to broaden a team's hero pool. It's something you perfect within like your scrims, and then you bring it to the stage. If it doesn't work, you then go back to the drawing board with your coach and see what went wrong. But there's nothing going wrong here with this Jing pick on Benignus, getting an unofficial Penta, getting the official ace on game 1 already. I'm still waiting for that pentakill to pop up, and I think game 2 potentially has the grasp of the first pentakill within Season 1 Invitational.
Yeah, this is looking like an Alpha 7 show at the moment. You know, this is not the end for Twisted Minds yet, of course. This is just part of the group stages. They still have the knockout stages to play, but when Alpha 7 is looking so scary, even if you're not facing them in the first round, you know that you'll eventually face them in the latter stages of the tournament. So if you're watching this at home, if you're watching this from wherever the teams are watching, they're definitely watching to learn what they can learn from Alpha 7. And when you watch a performance like that, you have to be shaking your boots and praying that you're not picked as their first opponent.
Absolutely, you're going to have all the teams just pushing each other to the front of the line. No. You can take Alpha 7. We've had one match with them already within the last 24 hours. You take them. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. That's our gift to you. But yeah, as you were saying, correctly so, no one wants to go over to Alpha 7 because nobody wants to get knocked out in the knockout stage, which is going to be the next part of this tournament, which takes place starting from the 7th of March. Tomorrow we do have a day off from broadcast to just recuperate, gather all our intel from the group stages, and have a bigger, better knockout stage going through. But the knockout stage will be taking place between 7th and the 9th of March. It is a single round elimination of a best of 5, so we will be getting to see more than 2 matches at a time, 2 games at a time, sorry. There will be at least a 3-0s within those as well, so a little bit of back and forth to be had, a little bit more tactics to be discussed within the teams as well. So I'm really looking forward to that next part of the tournament, which is the knockout stage. We still have another game after this one as well for today, so plenty still in store for you before we have our little 24 hours siesta.
Absolutely, this is not the end of the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational yet. You've just seen just a glimpse of what all of these teams have to offer. You've just seen how Alpha 7 is, why they're one of the most feared teams in the entire tournament. And Twisted Minds, another victim to put in their little ledger. So let's see if Twisted Minds is able to recoup. Let's see if Orange, their coach, is able to come up with something that's able to give them a much better fight against these Brazilian superstars. But they still have one more chance. It's not the group stages, it's not the knockout stages yet. It is still the group stages. It's still a best of 3. They're currently backs against the wall 1-0. But you know what they say about the scariest beasts is the ones that are cornered with nothing to lose.
That's it. You don't prod a bear with a stick, and I'm not too sure which one is the bear right now and which one's a stick between Twisted Minds in that hypothetical. But yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see if the Twisted Minds have anything else that they can do. If Coach Orange has any words of wisdom. I know that they will lock down the Jing just after this short break, though. So game number 2 starting after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 between Twisted Minds versus Alpha 7. Today, those new joining at home, I am Balam, and with me, as always, is Zero. After that match, I'm not too sure how either of us feel going into this one, but I think the only consolation here could be that Jin comes through again and we get an entertaining Jing game again. But what are your thoughts anyway, Zero?
I don't know if it's too early to say it's a foregone conclusion here for Twisted Minds to be able to take the fight against Alpha 7, because Alpha 7 have not shown any sort of weakness whatsoever. They've been playing solidly as a team. They've been able to execute whatever lineup that they draft. And is it just, hand the tournament over to Alpha 7 right now because they are just way too strong?
Absolutely, it seems that way anyway. But there's the coach of Alpha 7 giving them some handshakes and warm words. I'm pretty sure isn't needed within this one because Selena has been playing pretty well as the support player of the team. But when you're a support player of a team and the match is a little bit sort of not going the way that it needs to do in terms of you are having to think tactical and in terms of trying to get the roam and the need of the knowledge, it's kind of just like a backseat role within that kind of stage. But I'm pretty sure Alpha 7 would not be the team without Selena regardless. So once again, heavy hitters like Muster with the great macro. We have Benignus as well, which is an amazing jungle player. No matter what a hero he seems to go on to, he seems to just dominate in that jungle role. And then you have the likes of Suits, who has probably the most crucial theft record so far in Season 1 Invitational. So he's definitely making a name for himself in that mid lane also. But we're now on to the ban drafts of Game 2.
Let's see what Twisted Minds after the break have been able to muster up in order to take up against Alpha 7, and they do ban out once again the poor Da Qiao will never see the light of day in this tournament unless something completely amazing happens in the knockout stages. We never know. It is best of 5 series, anything could happen. But they also ban out the Sun Bin on the side of Twisted Minds, and they will first pick the Byron, allowing Bawadi to have that strong laning hero, wanting a little bit of revenge against Mustard. But this time, that leaves open the Dalia to be picked up there on the side of Alpha 7 to pair up with the Arlie as their opening 2 picks.
As one of those heroes that definitely faced the ban hammer very early on within Season 1 Invitational, Dalia is now surfacing as a mermaid does every so often. We're getting quite a few Dalia games come through, and they're quite a bit of a joy to actually watch, and a little bit of a difference here. So we see Twisted Minds pick up their Noir that they played a few days ago, but Lubu, someone called for you. He is now coming through for the first time within Season 1, which is, again, just another great hero. Has great potential, especially at locking down multiple heroes, especially with the help of Dalia as well, by giving those 2 ults out, gives 2 jumps to Lubu.
On the first day of the group stages itself, this was one of the combinations we were talking about that we hope to see in Season 1, and we finally see it as the second last game of the group stages. The Dalia Lubu combination is a sight to behold, something very scary to see. When you see 2 red circles consecutively, you know that you're going to be up in the air for quite some time, that Michael Jordan would be envious of how much airtime you've got. But the laning for the Lubu isn't that great against the Byron. The Byron is very strong, a lane bully if you want to use those words, and Lubu needs the level 4 before he's really potent, and a good Byron player can absolutely destroy the lane against the Lubu. So Bawadi, he has an important role right now. Shut down the Lubu, make him a non-factor, even with the Dalia pairing. If not, this combination will just walk away with the game.
Yeah, Bawadi definitely got an opportunity here to prove himself as a great Byron player here. But we see Almighty picking up the Muzi again. It's going over to Suit, and then we see the Consort U and Durenji getting banned also. So no Durenji there, and we're getting Ying. Oh, first time for Ying. So we get a little bit of treat, a little bit of spiciness within Twisted Minds team comp. I'm not too sure how this team comp's going to work with the likes of barely any front force like a Liampo or any kind of tank amongst those raids. The tankiest person you're going to get is Byron, and the only way that Byron is going to remain tanky is if the little loot is latching onto him. But we do have the likes of Marco Polo for the true damage, but it's going to be really interesting to see how they formulate the Ying into this plan.
Yeah, we have another treat here, Blam. We've got the Menki being picked up here for Alpha 7. So 3 heroes that has yet to be picked before this series have been picked in this game alone. The Ying, the Menki, as well as the Lubu will be gracing the stage this time. And Benignus will be putting his hands on that very mobile jungle hero. Let's see how he's able to perform in this game. But the synergy with the heroes right now with Alpha 7. The Dolia can play with the Arlie, can play with the Mozu, can play with the Lubu, as well as playing with the Menki. This is a very flexible lineup, and it all comes down because the Dolia was not banned.
Absolutely, Dalia's over here like Oprah, like, you get an ult, you get an ult, you get an ult. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they actually play out with the Dalia here. But I'm really excited to see a few different picks come through, like the Monkey. Going up with the Benignus as well, who doesn't necessarily play those tankier jungle heroes. We normally see him on the Lamb, the Jing, but Jing got banned out, thankfully. But we could see a monstrous Monkey come through in terms of this, especially paired with the likes of the Lubu as well. We've got a very strong front line on the side of Alpha 7, and we are lacking a strong front line on the side of Twisted Minds. So let's get into game 2. It could potentially be the end point here for Alpha 7 getting a 2-0.
Yeah, this draft looking really aggressive, really special here from the side of Alpha 7. Let's see how they perform on it with the Dalia, played by Selena in the mid lane, just helping out Suits clear the wave, and they are going to be able to clear it faster than the Nuwa, which is something we don't see every day. The Nuwa has a lot of area effects too, and this is the top lane we're talking about. The bullying that Bawadi can do early on in the laning stage. She has to take advantage of that, but Alpha 7, recognizing the weakness in their top lane, will be rotating Suits very aggressively, and they might be able to get the kill on those Bawadi, but Suits himself, is he trying to survive? No, the snipe! Suits will be able to get the first blood against Bawadi, and that is going to alleviate Mustard's lane, because he is definitely going to need every bit of he can get.
Absolutely, those two snipes there, and also using that second and final one to close down that kill onto Bawadi was beautifully done by Suits. But do we expect anything different from Suits? This is the guy that has the most crucial thefts within Season 1 Invitational as well. So for him to aim 2 consecutive Muzi skills straight away and claiming the first blood is definitely something I had on the bingo cards for A7 Suits there.
Definitely, if you're playing bingo with Alpha 7 members, you're gonna fill up really quickly. Bawadi still trying his best, but level 4 already on towards Mustard. They might try and look back, but Ying is gonna be rotating in, trying to get a kill here. And with the aggression early on, oh, nice ultimate coming from Mustard, trying to escape there, and he should be able to walk away from that after being able to avoid the ultimate from Falcon, and Falcon will pay with his life as Menki will rotate in. That is such a fast rotation coming from that very annoying jungle hero.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the aesthetic of Monkey. It seems like such a fun hero, but to be on the receiving side of such a fun-looking hero and at a destructive end as well, you kind of just like, oh man, seriously? Are you doing this to me as well? Muzi rotating around here down to collapse the farm lane, also looking to potentially try and claim one of these side lane turrets, trying to mark up and find out their first turret victim here, because we know that Twisted Mind's going to hold on to that mid lane turret. They're not going to give that up. But one of these side turrets, thanks to Alpha 7's amazing macro, may be the first victim. But with this flying Monkey going around in a bubble, it's kind of hard to pay attention to what is actually going on other than pretty sparkles.
He's one of those heroes that, you know, when you see him rolling towards you, you're like, "Aw, should I give him a hug?" But when he runs into you with the rest of the teammates, you're like, "Did you really just do that to me?" Bottom lane.
Was it worth it? Was it worth the hug? Probably not. Probably not. The whole team's probably raging at me right now. But at least I got a hug of death from Monkey there. But yeah, still, even though there's been a few pickups in terms of the kills, in terms of actual lane push or pressure onto these lanes, there's not much really been happening. It's just been, again, A7 just having a little bit of a play around here with their food, and that is Twisted Mind. Monkey going in with the help of Lubu, diving straight in onto Ying there. Wadi not looking so safe there, though, also is still within the Lion's Den, but manages to recruit back to the Clash lane.
Second ultimate was used there by Lubu, courtesy of the Dolia, but top lane, Bawali in trouble once again. 3 heroes being chasing Monkey, definitely will try and dive in. Master almost getting the kill, one more hit, should be able to get it, and he will be able to get the kill on towards Bawali. That will be the top tier 1 tower in danger. Dolia is there to back him up. And 4 minutes in, there's no more tower plating to keep that tower alive any longer, and we should be seeing the first tower of the game fall towards the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, once again, just a true Alpha 7 Bastion here, just really good with the macro, really good with getting those fun early game kills as well. We're now past the 4-minute mark with the Tyrant up. We did see a huge urgency from Alpha 7 in the first game to pick up either of these jungle objectives, but the way they're currently playing, it seems exactly the same way as well. Lubu picking up that clash lane and looking to get the macro as Mustard does, as in true Mustard fashion. But so far, Twisted Minds just... They're trying to make up their mind what they want to do. Do they want to fight? Do they want to defend? Do they want to rotate? Because all these rotations that are currently happening, there's nothing coming from it. And if anything, it's kind of just leaving them open to Alpha 7 to just take whatever they want within that lane.
Yeah, the net worth isn't really there yet to take the fight. You don't have the crucial items yet on any of their cores. Byron doesn't even have his actual torment yet. You see Mustard popping the ultimate just to escape in time, and Selena gives him yet another one. You get a second. You get a second ultimate. Mustard is going to engage directly behind at the tier 1 tower. If we're going to kill on towards Ying, that's going to open things up here for Alpha 7 to take a favorable fight. But Byron, once none of that, goes straight for Mustard. But knowing that the rest of the teammates of Alpha 7 is right behind the Lubu, he's not going to overcommit to go for a kill. That is going to just leave Alpha 7 getting 1 kill after that engagement.
Yeah, even something like the Byron trying to charge in, he knows himself that there's just so much there within the utility of A7 that just can close that aggressiveness down. Not only have you got the suppression of Muzi from his stun of his ultimate, you've got his stun of his long range, you've got Menki as well. You've not only got Menki, you've got Lubu with a knock-up, you got Dolia with a slow as well. There's just so much within A7 just to deny anybody trying to get carried away with aggressive play. So it's kind of forcing Twisted Minds into this really defensive play that they can't really do much with unless they're able to pick up one of these utility heroes within Alpha 7's team comp.
Right now, Twisted Minds, they have to split up the map a little bit, spread out the farm, try and catch up in terms of net worth, because before you get those core items, it's going to be hard for you to take any of these team fights. You see Byron inching closer to his Axel Torment. He's about 500 gold away from that, so they need to allow Bawali to get that item for him to deal any damage in these team fights. They also need to give Marco Polo just a bit more time to get his next core item, which will allow him to get maximum attack speed. That is going to unlock the Marco Polo for its maximum potential. But Alpha 7 does not want to allow them to get any sort of timing, because they are going straight for the tier 2 tower towards the mid lane, already down half of the hit points away from the tier 2 tower. And this is just choking just the Minds right now. They are forced to play as a 3-man or 4-man, and that is going to really cause issues with their item progression.
Absolutely. I mean, thanks to Dolia, I mean, Alpha 7 have the motion of the ocean on their side, and it's clearly showing in the tempo of this team as well, that they're just always macro, micro-centric, and just being able to play open, the playmaking of suits with these long-range stuns of the burst ability, this domination of the mid lane as well, really opens up a lot of potential and a huge opportunity to end the game much earlier than the last. And there we go, Ying goes down once again by the Lubu. Marco Polo trying to do any damage onto anybody, just a consolation prize right now. Musta looking pretty low, but it's not going to be enough to deter the team from the crystal. Are they going to take it with no minions? 1 minion takedown at the crystal, and it finished earlier than the last game. Alpha 7 really was just sort of like, I'm done playing with my food now. Just give me my win. And then that's what they did. They dominated the mid lane. They pushed the clash lane. Game over.
8 minutes and 23 seconds was all it took for Alpha 7 to win this series, to win this game. And they did it with style, with a couple of heroes that we've yet to see in the entire group stage being picked up in this game alone. they are definitely showcasing their versatility in terms of hero pool as well as their skill, because when you play these heroes, you're not expecting to win the game in 8 minutes. You're expecting to have a little bit of fun, but Twisted Minds was just no match against the Brazilian powerhouse, and they will take top seed in Group B.
Yeah, I don't think we expected it to go any other way but that. But even though Muster is an absolute bruiser in the Clash lane, is clearly a sweetheart as well, constantly gesturing to his partner at home with her name on his fist and then doing the love hearts as well to the camera. So clearly he's a bit of a... he's a bruiser when he needs to be, but he's also a lover. He's a lover and a fighter at the same time, and maybe that's what they need for the macro winning on the side of these other teams as well, because it's clearly working for Alpha 7. They have a lot going for this team going into the knockout rounds.
Yeah, definitely the team to look out for. Definitely looking like the favorites to win it all, unless the likes of FUT KAOS or the likes of Vivo Keystars is able to say anything about it. But so far throughout the group stages, Alpha 7 has just shown nothing but perfect execution in their mid and late game. This is something that every other team has.
Absolutely, and just looking at the scores, it's kind of, even though it's such an easy game for Alpha 7, it's that easy, it's hard to pass over the MVP to anybody, because there was no real moment that was like, oh, that is MVP deserving. So it could literally go to everyone. It could go to Benignus again, which gives him 4 MVPs in a row. Whether the producers want to do that and give him that ego boost is something yet to be seen. We're just looking at the damage taken by the likes of the Lubu there. So 28.8% team fight rate there, 86. I think we could be seeing it go over to Muster just by those. I mean, the only thing that really peaks it and everything else is the damage dealt by Almighty, but also the gold taken by Almighty as well. So we'll see who the MVP is going to be. But once again, 7 turrets to none. Twisted Minds got nothing achieved in that match.
Yeah, this has just been a dismantling on all lanes, the rotations, the speed, knowing that Byron is going to be a lane bully, and stopping that before it even happened was a really crucial here for Alpha 7, because you are, like you said early in the game, Twisted Minds doesn't have any sort of formidable frontline except for the Byron, and Muster along with Menki was able to shut him down in the lane, completely stopping whatever chance that Twisted Minds had to play for this game. And with that, Muster MVP 3-0-3, definitely well deserving of the MVP, but it could have gone to anybody else, and we really didn't have anything to say about it.
Literally, I mean, it was all very well played. It was just watching a well-oiled machine just have their way with the enemy team. It's just with the picks as well. So like we say, the Dolia come through as well. The Dolia, sorry, came through. So giving up those second ultimates to all these other heroes was a big pick. But to really roster this team or roster these heroes together for this kind of match was just them I feel like it was just A7 just trying something different. It was like, you know what, we're not going to go for those meta picks. Jin got banned. Let's try bringing out the Monkey. Let's bring out the Mermaid, and let's bring out the Lubu, and it worked very well.
Yeah, definitely want to have a little bit of fun. They don't want to showcase their main strategies when this match doesn't really mean anything for them. So I wouldn't fault them for trying to hide their strategies while also having some fun as well. So definitely we see Alpha 7, why they are the top of Group A is for a reason, and that is because they are absolute monsters in this tournament.
Absolutely, but it does unfortunately bring Twisted Minds down to a 0-3 as well. So they've had their fair share of fights. They had to fight VKS on their first day, which is arguably one of the hardest debuts, and I feel like they played better in their first ever game of the Season 1 Invitational. And then after that, it kind of just fell apart because they went against Stalwart Esports. Stalwart Esports made it very easy, and that's why we were convinced that Stalwart Esports had a little bit more of an in going playing against Stalwart VKS on day 4. But then we saw that VKS proved us wrong on that one as well. So Twisted Minds not having the easiest run, but unfortunately there's always going to be those teams that have some really difficult matchups, and unfortunately it was against 2 Brazilian bruisers and Stalwart Esports that still managed to take a 2-0 from them. So they're now sitting at 0-3 at the bottom of Group B.
Yeah, that's just the nature of the beast here. When you play in a tournament with this many stacked teams, you just have to do your best and try and prepare for every single opponent you can face. You can't really blame it on anyone, but not even yourself, because sometimes your opponents are just way too tough to beat. Alpha 7 showing that they are the toughest to beat in this tournament. But next up, we've got another very important match that will decide the fate of Group A. That is going to be FUT KAOS going up against IW NRX.
Absolutely, because it's either going to put NRX above BJK or it's going to put FUT Esports below BJK. So it's going to be really interesting to see what is going to be the results of that one. Are we going to get a clean 2-0 again? Or are the Turkish region going to do the only thing that Turkey region knows how to do, is go a full best of 3? I mean, they clearly need to show these other teams and other regions how to do that, because we want the full best of 3s. We don't want these 2-0 stomps that are ending at 8 minutes, 9 minutes. It just shortens our day. It shortens the hype of what can be done in Honor of Kings, the amount of mechanics, the picks that can go through, the strategy. It's just all there in this beautiful game.
Yeah, there's so much to see. 9 minutes doesn't really do the game any justice. There's just way too much that you can learn just by watching the game, especially when this game is newly released in the global region. You definitely want to be able to learn from these top players, and we will be learning from one of the top players from Alpha 7 really soon. We're gonna have an interview as they will be the champions for Group B. Let's see what they have to say for that win.
Evet, herkese tekrardan merhabalar. A7 müthiş bir galibiyete imza attı. Oldukça hızlı bir şekilde tamamladı iki karşılaşmayı da ve bir seriyi daha 2-0 bitirdiler. Şimdi Benignus var yanımda ve ona takımla ilgili, maçla ilgili birkaç tane soru soracağım. Öncelikle gördüğünüz gibi zaten müthiş bir Jing oynadı ilk maçta ve penta atmayı da başardı. Onunla ilgili bir soru yönelteceğim kendisine. Hello, Benignus, and congratulations. It was a really awesome, really fast game, and you managed to score a penta as well. You displayed really smooth Jing mechanics today. Can you tell us more about Jing, and as well as how you achieved the penta? How do you feel about the penta?
Primeiro, parabéns para vocês. É jogo muito bom. E no primeiro jogo você jogou como Jing. E você é o primeiro jogador que ganhou o pentakill nessa competição. O que sente agora?
Eu fico feliz com o meu desempenho individual, de ter alcançado a pentakill, mas fico mais feliz ainda pelo desempenho da equipe, como a gente vem crescendo dentro do stage e jogando aqui ao vivo.
I think today I played quite well. I feel very happy to get the first pentakill in the game. But the more happy thing I feel is my team. My team have great capabilities that led to the victory.
Öncelikle çok mutlu hissediyorum kendimi ve ilk pentayı atan kişi olduğum için de kendimle gurur duyuyorum. Ama bundan da önemlisi, beni mutlu eden şey takım arkadaşlarımın performansı. Onların performansının sayesinde zaten böyle sonuçlar elde edebiliyoruz. İkinci sorumuz agresif oyun tarzı ile ilgili. Hep bu şekilde iki maçta da oynadığı gibi agresif mi oynuyor, yoksa başka oyun tarzları da var mı? Genel oyun tarzı bu şekilde mi? Onu soracağım kendisine. You displayed a really aggressive play style in both of the games in this series. Is this your usual play style, or are you like a different type of player?
O estilo de sua equipe é muito agressivo e esse é o estilo normal para vocês?
Eu acho que o nosso time tem um pouco de agressividade, sim. E eu acho que é nosso principal estilo ser agressivo, só que a gente também é muito disciplinado. Acho que a questão do estilo, sim, mas a questão de ser disciplinado é mais ainda.
They think they usually play the game aggressively, and I think that's the way they do it. That's the way they play the game.
Ya genel olarak zaten agresifiz ve oyunu da bu tarz oynamayı seviyoruz. Agresif oyuncular, agresif bir takımız dedi ve son soruya da geçiyoruz. 3-0'a ulaşan ilk takım oldu A7. Hem yani bu galibiyetlerle ilgili ne düşünüyor, hem de kendisine, takım arkadaşlarına söylemek istediği, vermek istediği mesaj var mı 3-0'lık başarıdan sonra, onu öğrenelim. You're now the first team to reach 3-0. You managed to win all of your games. So after these victories, what would you like to say to yourself and to your teammates?
Vocês é o primeiro jogo que ganhou 3-0. O que queres te gera para a sua equipe?
Só quero dizer que isso daqui é fruto do nosso trabalho. Então, tudo que a gente se esforça e faz, no final a gente alcança o objetivo. Então, isso daqui só mostra o quanto a gente trabalhou e merece isso.
First of all, I think the victory is the fruit of our teamwork. It's the fruit of days of teamwork. I think in later games we'll continue to do this and play better.
Öncelikle bu başarı tabii ki bütün çalışmalarımızın meyvesi. Takımca günlerdir yaptığımız, uzun süredir yaptığımız antrenmanların meyvesi. Bunlar yapıldığı sürece zaten ileride de başarılar gelmeye devam edecek dedi. Thank you, it was a lovely interview and a really quick, awesome game. Congratulations and best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Thank you. Teşekkürlerimizi de ilettik Benignos'a ve sözü de tekrardan sunuculara paslıyoruz. Görüşmek üzere.
I heard there's a mermaid in this area. Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing. I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la. La la.
fight. He's in the bushes, he's protected by every single one, but can Mawani change the outcome of this fight? A second outcome provided by the real Wawa is absolutely shredding them a new one. They
Come
choose
on.
to, and they will be able to get this tip power in the lane as well.
But still gets eliminated by the no-chan there. And Wawa returns away.
There is always only one truth.
Then goes down as well. But it is Lady Sun picking up kill. The kill for Wawa and a white. Everyone but Liam.
Game for the top mark, and they are definitely doing that right now. Moving down the bottom tier to power and getting a kill onto Suzuki as well. Something they didn't expect. Oh, knockback coming from the lab. Lots of life moving down, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Are you ready?
Ragnar Butland is trying to go in to pick up the kill. Subbit takes down one.
He's still alive. Doing so much damage. Buggy going straight for the backline.
An overwhelming victory.
I'm sending all of you fools home.
They stay far away from the mid lane. That is the amazing engage once again. Huge potential.
Eastern Region's Chamber of Commerce sale. Take a look.
This one. Or this one. Ow!
What a dumbass.
A fluorescent stone!
You're no good at this.
I've been noticed! Time to fight!
Hey! What are you doing? Hey!
It's just you and me! You give that back!
That's a pair for me.
Again?
Your turn.
Come back and fight!
It's the kid who stole the ship!
He's over there! Change your mind?
So you're not with them? Ladies first! Hey, wait up!
Where's that bomb I got from Mr. Hoopa? Got it! Hey, Nisha, firecracker!
A bomb!
Get them!
Leave them to me!
Get her too! What a pain! Time to end this!
My senses can feel the suspense. Don't be tense, get off the fence. Strike them down with my funny sequence. Let me just take a breath out of all of their tricks. They might put me to the test, but I got finesse. And I feel the opposition, but it won't be for long. Let the story be written, we will riddle the wrongs. How did it get me so feeling better like this? My fate is hanging in the balance of the wind. Trouble's always knocking at my door like a songwriter. And that was stronger.
Getting away!
You idiots! Get them!
Yes, sir. Nice! Looks like the safest place turns out to be right under your enemy's nose.
Nope, I just got tired of running. The coast is clear now. Let's go. Huh? It's locked.
Ah!
Welcome back, everybody, to the last match of the day of the group stages. Those new joining at home and at the venue, I am Blam, and with me is Zero, and we're both very much looking forward to this next best of 3. Let's see how this goes. How are you feeling going into this, Zero?
It has all come down to this last game in the group stages to decide the outcome of Group A, which is still up for grabs. FUT KAOS, despite having a pretty dominant games in towards the group stage, is not able to clinch the top of Group A yet. They still have to play their final game against NRX, and if they lose out to NRX, they might see Besiktas Esports take the #1 seed. So this is a very important game for FUT KAOS to win. Less so for NRX, but they definitely want to take this win as well.
Absolutely, and there is no other way to win within the tournament other than with the help of our sponsor, Infinix. So the Infinix GT10 Pro is an 8 to be the most professional choice for gamers who are fighting with kings. All-sensory game engine and higher refresh rate immerses you with the purest gaming experience, and we've had the purest experience so far within this tournament. So once again, thanks to our sponsor, Infinix. But yes, let's get into examining this next battle within the Turkish region. We have NRX going against FUT KAOS, and like you said before, FUT KAOS has really been dominating. They only ever gave over 1 round, and it was to beat a Besiktas Esports, which again is just still a part of the Turkish region. I was just having a quick little overlook there, and I was really thinking that all the Turkish teams have only really played within the same region, but they haven't actually gone head-to-head at all with the Brazilian regions. It's all been either CIS or the MENA region, and if it's not been that, it's been a Turkish brawlout. So it's really interesting to see how that has come together, to see that we've been having to wait till the knockout stage to potentially see the Turkish teams go against the Brazilian teams, which is something that we've really been looking forward to and really been waiting to see.
Yeah, that's just the luck of the draw, right? You've got two Brazilian teams in the same group, so they will be, they will be having a tougher time in the group stage, but come knockout stages, these two teams will not be facing each other in the first 2 rounds. So they get to avoid each other, which is not something they want to, they don't want to face each other early on. So they get that wish for themselves. But let's see if the other groups are able to capitalize on starting off with a better group stage and give the Brazilians something to fight for.
Absolutely, and it is all to fight for, and it starts within the band draft. Here we are, FUT KAOS versus NRX, or as in their full name, IWNRX. And looking at these bands, very particular bands, very usual bands that we see with the Dun, the Kaiser, the Chow, and Lam as well. So still, what is it now? 22 games, 23 games? That poor little lady has not come out to play. But speaking of ladies, we do get Princess Frost coming through on the side of FUT KAOS.
Yeah, Princess Frost is just going to be, like we said again and again, the staple of the tournament. If it's open, you're sure one of these two teams will definitely look to pick it up. Just way too strong in its position, in what it can provide for the team fights, and FUT KAOS gets their hand on that strong hero. NRX does have the Zhang Fei for themselves, another highly contested support hero, and also this time picking up their mid laner very early on. That's going to be the Xiao Qiao.
Yeah, I mean, I was literally having this conversation with nobody that's involved with the tournament recently, but I was like, from watching the Brazilian tournament, we saw that Xiao Qiao was one of those heroes that came through quite often in the mid lane. And then all of a sudden, we saw it one day in the Season 1 Invitational, and it's taken all this time as well, not only to get that, but to get Butterfly pick as well.
Finally.
Oh, it is heated up within the group stage now, and what a time. Butterfly comes through, as well as Dolia and Charlotte. What a current matchup so far. I am so excited for that Butterfly pick.
If you guys have not watched any game during the group stage and you're only tuning in for this game, you are in for a treat, because Butterfly is one of those most flashiest heroes you can think of. It can, when the Butterfly gets a kill, all his skills are refreshed. So if on an aggressive enough team with enough damage, you're going to see this Butterfly jump again and again and again, getting kills left, right, and center. And with the Xiao Qiao being picked up here from the side of NRX, they definitely have that damage. Now they just need a little bit more lockdown to allow this Butterfly to really cocoon into a Butterfly.
Absolutely. I mean, with the pickup of an assassin jungle, we're definitely going to be seeing an aggressive, tanky clash lane come through. Maybe something like a Lian Po, because Mulan's been banned, Byron's been banned, Charlotte's been picked up. So going for something like a Lian Po, even Dun's been banned as well. So going for something like a Lian Po would be a great piece of kit within this team's composition here. But like you were saying with the Xiao Qiao, again, knockup potential, huge AoE damage. It's going to be a hard one to toss up between the Princess Frost and the Xiao Qiao in that mid lane and going into those team fights. And they do pick up Lady Sun, so we're seeing a little bit of green come into this team comp with that late game hero.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Ochio 7 on that Lady Sun. Sure, it's a very strong late game marksman that you can potentially carry the game with, but when you have a hero as strong as the Butterfly, you kind of want to put all your eggs in that basket, and sort of splitting it up, trying to play both ways might be a little bit detrimental for the side of IWNRX, but I can obviously be proven wrong. It is still very early. We haven't even started the game yet, of course, but I don't like the looks of the Butterfly, the Lady Sun paired up with the Butterfly. It feels just a bit like they're trying to do too much with their heroes.
Yeah, maybe a switch of the hands of the Fang would have been a nice little touch to the NRX team comp there.
Oh yeah.
And then lock it in and finish it with Labai. And I do call it is the Lian Po coming through. this is going to be a great team fight when they do pop off, because if you look on the side of FUT Esports, yes, they have a lot of engage and disengage, but they have no rooting champions to go in and dive in and sustain and soak that damage, unless they're going to pass it all off onto Charlotte, which we know she has potential of that, but it's not the greatest. So we're going to see up in the Clash lane that I feel like it's going to be a really early game toss-up between those two, because Liampo is really going to be wanting to sort of dominate the lane, push the wave, and then rotate around to his teammates, whereas Charlotte is going to be wanting to put the pressure on, giving 1v1s to the Liampo, and potentially with the help of Levi as well, because again, this hero is another disengaged, re-engaged champion, being able to circle back onto his form as well. So let's see how both of these teams really play these great team comps and some of these heroes that we have not seen yet, like the likes of the Butterfly.
Absolutely, this is going to be a fun game, ladies and gentlemen. You are in for a treat, because these heroes are absolutely amazing to watch when they engage and when they disengage. Like you said, this is going to be one of a kind, and I can't wait for the game to start, because this is going to be the last series of the group stages. It is going to be FUT KAOS going up against NRX to find out who will be taking first seed in Group A. Will it be FUT KAOS or will it be Besiktas Esports? We will be finding out when this series ends, but first we have to start off with game number 1.
Yes, and that's where everything starts to get cemented into place, is game number 1. I just can't tell you how excited I am for NRX's team comp, because we got a little bit of a switch up with A7, but we knew that A7, no matter what they picked, they was going to win that series easily. But this one, where we've got the top of the Turkish region going against the perceived 3rd seed within the Turkish region, and coming up with some great picks, he's just filling me with so much excitement right now.
Yeah, we get to see the clash of the same region, really, to find out, FUT KAOS had a lot to say about their placing and how the rest of the Turkish teams were. But if NRX is able to get a win off the board against them, they might be able to silence them up. But they first have to take this win, and bottom lane, Ochio7 is off to a fantastic start, really pressuring Nauer, not allowing him to get anywhere close to the creep wave, and that's going to stunt the growth of the Fang, who requires a lot of levels early on, pretty much.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we see that Levi starts at the red buff there rather than the blue. I was hoping for a foreshadow of a early level 2 gank there, but considering how aggressive Lady Sun and so far overextended this hero is currently, a gank from Levi could be the matter of a first blood. But we're getting a bit of a clash here in the mid lane. Frozen is Zhang Fei thanks to the Princess Frost, but there's not really much that Levi can do without that Sage buff, and they want to make sure that he gets that rather than Butterfly, because we know Butterfly relies heavily on that blue buff as well because of the shorter cooldowns, the mana, not having to go back to the base as well is something that you want, and it looks like Levi is looking to try and cut off that red buff, but Liampo still picks it up, so they did all the effort for nothing because Liampo picks up the red buff still.
It did slow down the Butterfly a little bit, and Butterfly will need that anti-format before she's really be able to shine. So slowing her tempo down at in any way possible is definitely going to help FUT KAOS get a foothold in this game. But bottom lane has just been the story of the Lady Sun really... Enough about that. Top lane, we are talking about how Butterfly wants a great start. There's a great start for you. A kill on towards the Levi, and Lost is going to go back to base.
That's how you get it. I mean, this is what we haven't been seeing when we see the enemy team play against the Levi. They don't try and find out where that form is going to be. And if you look at the replay of that, we saw that Liampo and Charlotte were going head-to-head, but Butterfly was literally lingering around within distance of that recall point for Levi. So a really nice play there by Still, really showing that the mechanics is coming into play and the thought process is there when we're looking to try and deny the Levi as well, because taking down the Levi is also going to give over that Sage buff as well that he was rocking a few moments ago. But the Sage buff is now back up again. Butterfly recovers hers. Can she do anything to try and jump onto Levi's? probably not because they're too far away, and with Princess Frost there, it's going to be a bit of an easier clear than just soloing it with Levi.
Yeah, maybe the best way to the best position to rotate would be towards the bottom. Levi is not the easiest hero to catch out, but this Fang, after he uses his role, he's definitely going to be easier to bring down. But with the Delia, with Ryuga there backing up, babysitting him in towards the bottom lane, he doesn't look like a tasty enough morsel for the butterfly to really rotate down for.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see where this Dolia actually places her focus on. Because, I mean, if you go with Fang, Fang then gets 2 shots of those huge shuriken that actually does a lot of damage. And if you can manage to mark more than one of the enemy heroes and then launch 2 of those down, that's going to be some really passive damage coming through from those things. And it's going to enable you to actually disengage, but also still put us a lot of solid pressure onto the side of NRX. So it's going to be interesting to see if that comes through for Dolia, or is it going to come through onto the side of the Princess Frost, being able to put down 2 huge AoEs to make it harder for the enemy team to disengage, especially slowing down the likes of a butterfly, because you've just doubled the area it's going to take her to get out of that whole team fight. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Ruga plays the Dolia, because we've normally seen him on champion heroes like Zhang Fei, really tanky champions. And speaking of tanky champions, a big engage there from Boogie, but a safe retreat there by Ruga and Noir, followed by a rotation down from the mid lane from Fu. They've got to be careful of giving up that mid lane.
And no ultimate there from the Lian Po means that they're lacking one huge team fight ultimate, but it should be up in a couple more seconds. Lian Po is going to hurry back up towards the top lane, knowing that he's not going to be really useful in team fights any longer. Wants to stop the Charlotte from bringing the tier 1 tower down, but he's not going to be there in time. Butterfly, she revealed herself. She walked out of the bushes a little bit too early, but oh, the damage coming in is going to nuke down 0307. But Fu is here, Butterfly is here. They want to clean up and go for the kill. They managed to bring down Snake, but it's going to be enough. Levi towards the back line, going to bring down the Angela. Fu is gonna fall, so is the Butterfly. That is gonna be 3 kills going towards the way of Foot, and that is going to be NRX losing 3 of their core members as well as a top tier 1 tower.
Again, this is what I mean with clash lanes. It's either one or the other. It's not like a wide varied spectrum. You don't get many clash laners that do a bit of both. But it's either you're full macro and you don't really participate in these team fights because you know that you have the utility and the nuke damage from the likes of the Princess Frost, and you have Fang there as well. And once you've got that foot in within that and already dealing that huge amount of nuke damage, you then have Levi to try and clear up and take down and get some sort of gank onto these squishier champions that are trying to run away. So we didn't see the best performance there from the Butterfly in the farm lane, being easily picked up by Fang. Fang's doing damage over time. It's a great counter to the Butterfly, it seems, because not only have you got to try and get away as Butterfly, you've got to then get a heal up, and if that damage is going to keep consistently coming at you, it's going to be a hard one to survive, especially Butterfly being such a squishy champion hero.
Yeah, and that also, the whole movements towards the mid lane also allows FUT KAOS to be able to get the Shadow Overlord, allowing them to push out the side waves as well. Butterfly needs a little bit more time. He's not at maximum potential yet. Still trying to take the fight on towards Void. This is not a fight that the Charlotte can really win 1 versus 1, but it's never going to be 1 versus 1 because the teammates of FUT KAOS are already rotating in. Still taking a lot of damage, but he should be able to survive for a little bit longer, but not anymore, as Void will be the one to bring him down, and his teammates are not going to be able to rotate towards him in time.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a loss of tempo here for NRX. There's the loss of those side turrets has really upset the confidence that they had going out of the draft phase into this one. And Xiao getting taken down once again by Fang. Fang is really showing the true potential of this marksman pick in the farm lane. We've been quite understated, but when it comes through, it is a shockwave of damage for your team. And here we are seeing it. FUT KAOS already at the high ground, 7 minutes in, looking to take down NRX Boogie as well with the Levi pick. Trying to do as much damage, but Boogie is on the run. But then comes in Charlotte, Void taking the kill onto Boogie, but still taking the kill onto Void. A little bit of a chain reaction in terms of kills there, but you've just lost the entire your farm lane.
Yeah, really tough situation right now for NRX. They are 5,000 behind as well as just losing that tier 3 so quickly, and also right now the blue Sage Golem going towards the way of Lost as well. That's going to allow the Levi to play even more aggressively, and they're going to respond to that by getting the Shadow Tyrant, allowing them to get a bit more damage and just pressuring NRX consistently across the map.
Yeah, it's like FUT KAOS know, and Lost knows that because they've opened up the enemy jungle and none of their lanes have actually fallen by either a tier 1 turret, Butterfly is not going to have the confidence to go in one-on-one into the enemy jungle, knowing that not only is she behind in the gold, but the fact that they could just be anywhere waiting, and it's a very predictive spot to be in. We saw the turret go down there, a little bit of lag on my side. Unfortunately, I didn't see the turret takedown, but it is gone down by Fang. There's a little bit of a rotation going on now. Levi going in as well, looking to try and take out Still before he's able to take out the team. So Levi taking down Butterfly currently. And what is going on?
Looks like it is gonna be 4 heroes down for the side of NRX. That is going to allow FUT KAOS to really bring down this tier 3 tower on the top side as well. And when you have a Fang, you are going to be able to melt down that so quickly, and they're going straight for the crystal before they even respawn, and that's going to be FUT KAOS taking the first win of the series, getting one step closer to securing the top seed in Group A.
Absolutely. We honestly thought with that draft that there was going to be a little bit of an issue there for FUT KAOS, but it was definitely a dicey pick picking up the Butterfly, because FUT KAOS really upset that tempo and performance of the whole of NRX by taking those side lanes straight away. But it all really fell around when we saw the opportunity of Fang and the potential that this marketable champion really has on the side of NRX. So we may potentially even see a Fang ban next time, because with the nuke damage from the Princess Frost and the nuke damage from the Fang, it was just too much to contest, even with the likes of Lian Po and Zhang Bei.
There's a saying in the Chinese servers: if you want a late game marksman, you pick Huang Zhong. If you want an aggressive marksman, you pick Diren Jie. If you want a marksman that can do everything for you and also go to the jungle, you pick up the Fang. And now we're on the Fang in this game, absolutely going nuts here. 4-0-7, and he is definitely one of the reasons why FUT KAOS was able to just up the tempo and take this win very convincingly.
Absolutely. I mean, with them being the top Turkish team, did we expect anything different? Not really, and it's already looking like a bit of an upset pace here for the opposing Turkish team, which is NRX, because by this point, Besiktas Esports already took one round from FUT KAOS, so currently it's not looking the greatest, even with NRX still picking up the Butterfly pick. I feel like this has probably been the best display of a Levi pick that we've seen within the tournament yet, so a really great pick there. We honestly had a little glimmer of hope for Still when we saw him stalk Lost in that form. But unfortunately, we never really got to see that play happen again, because just the pure damage from Frost and Fang, it was just too good, and paired with the Dolia, maybe that was the mistake.
Yeah, it was just way too hard to play that game after the mid-game stage. And here we have the MVP for game number 1. It's going to be Snake on the Princess Frost. Yesterday, we've seen him get the MVP on the Gun and Mo, so showcasing his versatility here with all the mid lane heroes.
Absolutely, but once again, it seems to be a little bit of a coincidence that these Frost players, these Princess Frost players, are getting the MVP. We got double the Frost MVP on the side of VKS, and now we see FUT Snake picking up the Frost, and it worked very, very well, especially accompanying Fang's damage and damage over time as well. And they didn't even have a tank. There was just sort of like, we don't need a tank. We've got Levi. He can bait. He can bring them in. We can stop them, and Fang can just dish out the damage.
Yeah, the best crowd control is Def, as some people say, and did they deliver Def? Snape lost as well as Nauer just dealt so much damage to the rest of the teammates of NRX and they couldn't really fight back, and that allowed FUT KAOS, despite a more unorthodox lineup, to be able to take the victory here very convincingly. Within 10 minutes is the timer for this game, and my oh my, did they really just put their foot to the gas.
Absolutely. I mean, they used the Fang ultimate in more ways than one, like we saw towards there. They used it as a denying mechanic because we saw that Xiao Chao was trying to get from base to try and clear up the minions, but no, that spinning shuriken was just sort of like, if you come through here, lady, you're going to get messed up, unfortunately for you. But fortunately for us, your crystal has been taken down, and the Fang pick was true and tested there for another great pick there that we don't normally see. The Fang farm lane pick hasn't been coming through quite that often throughout the Season 1 Invitational.
Yeah, it's sort of been gotten a little bit in the with the likes of Huang Zhong as well as DRNG really taking the spotlight. Arlie, of course, has always been the top pick for the marksman role, so it's nice to see another strong marksman being given the spotlight. I really want to see a team play by Shouye sometime in maybe the knockout stages, because it's another one of those very flashy marksmen that we don't really see every day. One of my favorites back then during some years ago when he was really overtuned. Right now he's more in a more balanced state, but still a very fun hero to watch and play as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just like the equivalent of Jing, but in the farm lane, because he's such a high risk, high reward champion. But he does have also some great utility within his kit, because he has those mines that he can put down to use his vision to give very vital intel. Those mines also do have a function as well. And then with his ultimate, he's able to bounce back. So he does have a disengage. So like you say, it'd be really nice to see some playmate potential from that hero. But once again, Fang just flying under the radar, because currently he's sitting at a 33.3% win rate by only being picked 3 times. But now obviously that's 2 out of 4. So he's now automatically being elevated up to a 50% win rate, and he's only ever been banned once. So teams aren't even looking for this furry little fella. They just think no one's going to pick him. But then when they do pick him, FUT KAOS show that he has a huge damage potential. So it's to the detriment of the teams that completely underestimate Fang as a hero.
Absolutely, yeah. And I don't think NRX will make that mistake for game number 2, because right now they are still fighting to get to a better seed in their groups. FUT KAOS, of course, trying to lock down that number 1 seed so that they are able to select their opponents for the knockout stages. So both these teams will be giving it their all to perform in the in this particular series. Of course, it's not over yet. There's still room for both these teams to be able to come back from. But it begs the question: is it looking like, you know, FUT KAOS is just outperforming their opponents, or is it just a minor mistake that it is very simple to be rectified from the side of NRX?
Yeah, I mean, it could be a potential of both, because if I recall correctly, I don't really remember that Lian Po being a big pick for NRX's Clash laner. So maybe that was the deciding pick, having an inexperienced pick on an experienced player. We didn't see much macro from the Lian Po, so maybe at the detriment of thinking this will be a great team fight potential, it's really cost them that lane, and that was the one thing that really opened them up as well, and then was just like a knock-on effect to everything else, is that the Clash lane was completely just disregarded, and then everything else just fell away at the side, because Fang was able to farm up and get more kills because there was more heroes in his lane that he could just rip through. Princess Frost was completely dominating that mid lane because of the wave clear that she has. So everybody was sort of like surrounded around the Fang, as well as Dolia was always there as well, offering some more ults to Fang also. So I think there's a lot of focus around the farm lane hero, Fang, being the staple pick for FUT KAOS, and it really seems that way. But we will be getting into Game 2 soon, straight after this short break. So don't go anywhere. See you soon. Welcome back to day 4, game 3 of the FUT KAOS versus NRX. This is been a great Season 1 Invitational so far, and there is still so much room for so many of these different picks, these nuanced picks that we're slowly starting to see as we creep into the knockout stage. But those new joining at home and in the venue, my name is Blam, and with me as always is Zero. How are we feeling going into this next game?
I think it's not over yet for IW and NRX. They've shown that they can play against the top dogs in Turkey, and the first game might have been just a little bit mistake. Like you said, that seems to have been the theme of the entire entire day 4 so far. Is that the clash lane has too much to focus on, that they try and do both the macro play as well as being able to join in those team fights. And when you're trying to do too much, sometimes you're just not able to do what you're supposed to do. And that was what happened here in this game. Maybe we can see IW and NRX try and make up for that in game number 2.
Absolutely. Snape giving us a love out there on broadcast. Thank you, sir. But yeah, the clash lane is by no means a binary role. There is so much to be done within the clash lane, and I think that comes as sort of like a misconception, because you're so far away from everybody else. You are literally on the other side of the map. You have nobody buddying with you. It's just 1v1. Sometimes you'll see your jungle come through, give you an occasional howdy, and then go away and steal some of your farm just to keep him going within the tempo. But then if your tempo is not matched to that, unfortunately, the enemy clash lane is going to pick up on that, sniff it like a hound, and completely tear into it as well. But speaking of tearing into it, let's get straight into the draft bans here. And there's already a little bit of a difference going on right now.
Yeah, this time we see double jungle bans here from the side of IW and NRX. The Lamb as well as the Levi being taken out as their first 2 bans, while FUT KAOS is just going to stick to the tried and true. We ban out the Da Chiao, we ban out the Princess Frost, and then we go from there.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue is, yes, again, the Dolia is up and Liempo comes through. I was honestly hoping that we're going to see a Jing straight away, because we've seen Lost play Jing very well, and she's managed to survive the first 2 ban phases there. So to see the Jing not come through, we've got something brewing up here for FUT Esports, unless this is what's going to be coming next for them in this 3rd pick. Look at that stare from Ruger. If you're not scared now, you should be. But then we see over on the side of NRX, Mai and Mulan. So double M get picked up in the clash lane and the mid lane. So it's looking that Dun can either be the support hero, or we're going to get Dun in the jungle.
We're trying to keep it flexible for now from the side of IW and NRX, while FUT KAOS is going to pick very staple solid heroes. They've got Snape on the Diao Chan once again, and they're going to have Lienpo with the Dolia. So plenty of team fight potential here for the side of FUT KAOS. But IW and NRX does have a very mobile and aggressive early game lineup that could really derail the plans of needing your team to stick together. The Mulan is one of those heroes, when put in the clash lane, can split push really, really well. And FUT KAOS again has the Lienpo. This is kind of like a switch on towards game number 1, where it was NRX that was playing the Lienpo. So we might see NRX trying to fix that issue of the clash lane just being abandoned after 4 minutes. With the Mulan, you definitely see her sticking to the lane longer, and with the Lienpo, you definitely will see him try and join team fights more often as well.
Yep, and there it is. There's that Jing ban right at the end. They definitely played that one a bit too close for comfort for myself there. But like you were saying about the Mulan pick, so once again, a great clash lane hero comes through, has a great clash lane phase as well. So in that early game, she can do a lot of damage macro-wise, but then a lot of you get that CC immunity as well. So when you go into it, you can pop that, go in, do some damage. If everybody like exhausts all their CC skills on the side of your enemies, then you have free reign going from that point. But the Mulan gets picked up. Luban, number 7 as well. 0307 is eating Wawa's heart out there. He's like, yo, you did a great job on that in a few times throughout the tournament. So I'm going to pick it up and I'm going to hopefully do you proud as well. But then over the side onto FUT KAOS, they do pick up the Ali.
Yep, and looks like they will finish up their lineup with the Musashi as well to be played in the jungle. So that is going to be a very team fight heavy lineup coming from the side of FUT KAOS. For NRX, they are going for more of a macro game. They have the Luban number 7, which excels in tearing down towers. They've got the little loot to be able to sustain those pushes. And if all goes to hell, they still have Buggy on the Mulan being able to push the side lanes as well. So a different sort of mentality and playstyle with the drafts from both these teams. Let's see how they'll do as we head into game number 2.
Yeah, it's as if both the Clash laners have swapped around their roles in terms of the heroes, because Liempo doesn't have the greatest lane phase, especially when they're going against somebody like a Mulan, like a Charlotte, because they can do quite a lot of damage. They have a slow within their kit as well. So going head-to-head against the Mulan is going to be interesting for Void. And if he does manage to pull off the Liempo in the Clash lane and keep that macro rolling, it's going to really show that Void has a better understanding and a better grasp of that Clash lane on the side of FUT KAOS. But we do get the Musashi as well. Great engage, great single target knockup. We're going to have Dolia being able to assist him with that as well. But not only that, Dolia could latch on to the Dio-chan as well, giving those 2 big AoE ults also. So again, the Dolia pick comes through. Could that be at the detriment of NRX?
Ryuga has played fantastically on Dolia, and whatever support you give him, actually, he's just been that very solid, stable player. And this game will be no different, I think. He is going to be able to continue shining on these support heroes. You give him a Dolia, you give him a Zhang Fei, he's going to do the same thing. Absolutely help his team get the victory. But NRX, they have a point to prove. They want to be able to take a map away from FUT KAOS. Let's see if this is the game as we head into the Gorge for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Ruga, I'm pretty sure he was the first player to actually get MVP as a support player, so he clearly set the pace, because the day going afterwards, we did get quite a few support MVPs as well, including Clue on Stalwart Esports. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this Clash lane fares now. Is Noir going to be better against it than Buggy, or is we're going to be seeing what's going to be happening basically? Is they going to be dominating, or are they going to have suffer the same fate again? But still going in with that early Dun is a little bit of a mistake there, because Dun doesn't do huge damage at level 1, but does enough damage to sort of like fend off 1v1s, but never a 1v4, because his team was stuck behind the walls.
Yeah, he did manage to steal the Sage Golem buff, but that was immediately retaken there on Lost. So Lost is able to get that blue buff back for himself, giving them 1Q advantage for now, and not really much loss there for the Musashi in terms of his early game phase.
Yeah, Lost, there wasn't that much of a loss within that one. It's easy to get lost, and it's easy to not sacrifice a lot of loss there by his jungle standards. To be honest, he's been one of the most impressive jungles. Obviously, Benignus going into this, I knew was going to be a great jungle. Dani is still waiting to prove himself to me, because he was a great jungle in Chok PR. He had a bit of a struggle yesterday, very deflated plays. Clearly not his comfort picks, or because they were just able to pure bully them yesterday. Benignus was by stealing all those Sage buffs. But yeah, I really like Lost's playstyle. He's very clever with it. He's able to get in and out of sticky situations, no matter the hero he picks. So I'm really liking this player from the Turkish region.
Okay, let's see if he's able to prove himself to you this game, as he is going to be playing into a very heavy, single target heavy lineup. While he has that team fight backup from the Liempo as well as the Diao-chan towards the mid lane. We do still see a much of a stalemate early game, as not many kills being traded around. The net worth is pretty much even at this point. Liempo has been rotating rotating a bit, but the Mulan has just been staying in the top lane. and making sure that she gets her farm heading towards the mid game.
Yeah, we've been seeing this quite often. The Clash lane's been treated as the mid lane kind of playstyle where they'll clear their lanes and then some Clash laners will just completely just go like completely to the farm lane, which for a mid laner, it's a lot easier because you've got the same distance to your Clash than you have to your farm lane. But if you're a Clash lane that's just wiped out all your minions, by the time you've got down to the Clash lane, you are pretty much back at the standstill point. And if your enemy Clash lane is there, you're already at a loss. But the one thing I've already seen that I've not seen a lot of people actually make use of is the teleportation.
Yeah, that I think the teleportation is not in this tournament patch.
Oh,
so
really?
They don't have that global presence, which we would have definitely seen some teams use that. As NRX trying to invade the jungle once again, walks into the Lianpo, does fool. But this is going to be the done in a bad position, but he gets healed up there by the little dude. That is the strength of that support, being able to get you out of sticky situations and be able to heal up to full. Without the anti-heal, you're not going to be able to sustain, to stop that sustain from coming through. And NRX, because of that, will be able to walk away with their life.
Absolutely, we're seeing Mulan completely go hard on that turret up in the Clash lane. They do, FUT Esports do, however, pick up the Tyrant as well. Not quite getting the Clash lane turret. Lianpo on the rotation here, but Ali taking down the Luban, unfortunately for 0-3-0-7. He gets taken down in that farm lane, and Fu comes through for the rotation to try and stop this takedown of the farm lane turret because it could be a turret trade-off from the Clash lane to the farm lane. And to be honest, I think I'm a little bit more scared of Dolia being able to be freed up and go around to these other lanes and help the Musashi, maybe even stick on to Musashi to enable those double ultimates. But so far, 1 turret over to FUT KAOS, 2 kills over as well, and they're currently up by 1k in the gold.
Not an insurmountable lead at the moment from the side of FUT KAOS. IW NRX definitely can find their ways back into this. They just have to buy a bit more time for this Luban number 7 to come online. He's only completed his 1 item. He needs 2 more items before he's really effective in these fights. But Luban, being as strong as he is able to at least provide some form of damage if he decides to join in these early game fights, as we do see him try to go for now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot going on in this mid lane because even if you lose your side lanes, keeping hold of that mid lane still is the last bastion for you in terms of losing all those fruitful jungle caps. But Mulan overextended there. We do get that CC immunity, so Musashi's having to wait till that comes off again, forced away with the skill by basically saying, if you go into this area of effect, you are going to take some serious damage. So luckily for Buggy up in the Clash lane, they managed to survive there, but still goes in onto Noir, who is up there as well. Musashi is close by to the Lianpo. Are they going to try and do a crucial theft in the Overlord camp here, or are they just going to give it over to NRX? And they do.
Evening things out in terms of the map objectives. IW NRX doing a great job here keeping this game close. They're not really letting NRX not letting FUT KAOS run away with the game at the moment. They're keeping things even, allowing their cores to get their core items up. Mulan's almost already completed his Axe of Torment and will be making his way for his next item really soon. And Luban number 7 as well, getting really close to his critical.
Yeah, it's making sure that they limit the Luban's farm here as well, obviously being a late game hero. But I think the thing that really helps with NRX is not only just the Mulan pick and the freeing up of the macro and the effectiveness within these lanes, but having Dun being able to go in and paired up with the Little Loot, he can go in, lose a lot of health, and then Little Loot can come in as an aid and come through. But no, yeah, the teleport is working, so Musashi use it. So that's the first time I've actually seen the teleport being used from observation-wise, because Musashi was literally right up there and then got down to that bot lane turret. So I'm a bit confused why people haven't been using it.
Sometimes it just slips your mind that, you know, you have a quick way, especially if you're new to Honor of Kings, these little map mechanics you might not be aware of. And But for the side of NRX, they're definitely aware of this jungle invade coming from the side of FUT KAOS. They will be able to stop it before they're able to get anything else from the map. Still and Buggy trying to hold on to that top tier 1 tower. And FUT KAOS is doing a great job. Just
everyone's using the teleportation now that I've said it. It's like, have they got like a link into me? Am I a hive mind right now? But I mean, yeah, it's a great piece of mechanics. I don't know why people who have a slow clash lane or want to really go and help their farm lane use it. I mean, yes, you have to use it sparingly, but I feel like that's a great thing to use. But here we go, CC immunity from Boogie. Boogie actually taken a 3v1 there, but still comes in to try and alleviate that pressure, and then Boogie getting the kill onto Diachan, which brings a kill onto the board for NRX.
Still was just so tanky there. Pretty much 1 versus 3 the whole fight with a little bit of help from the Mulan. And he was able to assist in NRX getting their first kill on the board. Good heals coming from the Taiyan, able to heal up the Mai Shiranui, who was in a terrible position, but now he's already back to full.
And this could be a good push here for the mid lane turret. We have Noir looking pretty low there on the Liam Poe, still going in, but it has the aid of Bobnet on the little loot, and Luban takes down the mid lane turret. NRX are still in this match.
They definitely have not given up yet. Luban is reaching his critical point right now. The Blood Reaper is almost complete, and that is when Luban number 7 is the scariest. He's able to deal damage, pure damage, while also sustaining these team fights. And although they do have the Musashi to be able to lock him down, there's just so many of these heroes that he has to go through. He has to go through the Mulan, he has to go through the Little Luke, and he has to go through the Dun as well, who is leading the charge, trying to take a fight towards the bottom lane, but unable to lock anyone down. They are not able to capitalize on that pickup.
Absolutely, and we're seeing Lost get lost of life there in the mid lane from the Mulan. But we saw an attempt at the takedown of the red buff there, but we saw that Luban managed to clear it up and take it for himself. So that was a bit of a lost effort for FUT KAOS. And when you have those little acts of lost effort within your team, it really upsets the tempo and really upsets the motivation within the team, as I've been seeing throughout Season 1 Invitational. But again, I do have to commend Boogie going into this match. He has definitely proved the macro plays here. It was clearly just that the Liampo was just a little bit of a weaker pick in terms of the hero selection for him. He was not comfortable with it, and it's clearly showing that he can do what the best flash laners can do, and that is great macro.
Absolutely, and he's showcasing it right now in his game. The Mulan is second in net worth in his team, only next to the Luban number 7, who has caught up very well. Blood Reaper already completed, but he spots out the Overlord attempt, and they might go for the steal. No, Snake will be able to secure it. But are they going to pay for their life? The huge ultimate coming for the Liampo on towards the backline, but no follow-up damage coming through. They do manage to bring down Buggy, but it is not going to be enough. Lost dropping down very low. 307, is he going to flicker in aggressively? No, he's not. But instead, he's going to try and look for the kill on towards the Dalia, who is on towards the Arlie, who is making it very difficult for them to do it.
Yeah, I would say that was a bit of a switch and bait there. I was like, oh, whoop, whoop. Every time she was teleported to that umbrella, that was a great play by Void there, just to try and stay alive, to keep themselves within that. I mean, taking out the Arlie would really have opened up a great opportunity for NRX in a next team fight, but unfortunately for NRX, they just could not catch up with the Arlie pick, unfortunately for them. But we see Dunn going in, looking to try and take the Sage buff. He gets it, but he takes his life, and Snape goes over the Snape, so Diachan picking up that Sage buff, but huge knock-up there from Noir on the Liampo, taking out Luban number 7. Could this be the mistake that happened here? Trying to contest that Sage buff has really messed up the whole locomotive that is NRX, that have been great for this entire game too, but completely this is going to be a bit of a mixed up match here. Mai going in, taking down Void as well, so Mulan getting the kill, but heavily assisted by Mai, but down goes a double kill as well for NRX onto Ruga. Ruga goes down as well, so Dolia taking hits, Snape doing the best he can, but it's just not doing enough damage. It just gives Musashi and Liampo enough time to push these lanes.
The buggy as well as the buggy My Shiranui combination was just so lethal. They instantly deleted the Arlie, and that just salvaged the entire situation there for the side of NRX. It looked like they were starting to crumble, but with the huge turnaround kill that they got, they will manage to stabilize the game and continue getting these items on their core heroes.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a matter of a quick match this time around. It seems like NRX have had their second wind, not quite like Besiktas Esports taking the first round of the best of 3, but it could still potentially be here NRX taking the second game in the best of 3. Still a little bit of hopium, but all they have to do is play these next team fights correctly. Liampo going into the Lion's Pit here, unfortunately. He takes a lot of damage, and there's not much heal potential on his team, so it's going to have to force a recall by Liampo.
Yeah, that is the power of the Luban number 7. The moment he walked into the bush, he immediately lost half his health, and that just stopped the entire team fight initiation coming from the side of FUT KAOS. That is something that Naur has to watch out for, because if he's able to get bursted down by this, he's going to be not very effective in these team fights.
Yeah, we've been seeing a very absent father figure of Musashi within the team fight, it seems, but it looks like what he's been attempting is just farming up, because he's been heavily in that clash lane, just getting a lot of farm, because I feel like that is going to be their key factor going into these next few team fights. Is now that Lost's got a few more items, he's got the same amount of gold as Mulan, and Mulan's on 4 kills. They've now picked up the Tyrant, so a lot of damage is going to be going into this next team fight from FUT KAOS. Can they pull it off? Can they do this to alleviate the win for themselves, or are NRX as a whole going to come out on top?
NRX needs to try and avoid fights for now. They don't want to get caught out when FUT KAOS has the buff. Snake though was gonna get knocked down. No, he managed to escape just in time. Still might be caught out in a bad position. Fu does fall towards the Arlie, but OTO7 will get revenge for his teammate. We see Naur trying to escape there, popping the ultimate, and he will be able to survive. The Dodia gives him a second win in terms of the ultimate. But this might be the Overlord being given away to the side of NRX, because OTO7 is still alive, baby, and he's going to be able to chop down the Overlord just so quickly. Look at it melt, and that is going to be an important objective right now going to the side of OTO7. That is going to help them out with the map control so much.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a great bait there by Void, but unfortunately it could not avoid the death at the end of it. It was a 1-1 trade by Fu and Void there. So well played to NRX, still keeping their head in it. Managed to bring and take down the Shadow Overlord as well to enable an aid to these pushing in these lanes as well. So we're seeing that Dunn is holding on to the Shadow Vanguard here. Where he'll place it, we do not know. That is the guessing game currently for FUT KAOS. They're not putting them straight away. Goes in the mid lane just as the minions are coming down. But Dio-chan is here as well. Big engage from Liampo. Massive 4-man knock up there as well. But Lost is in there, taking down Leah and Lupin. Lupin's down. We get 037. Fu down. Bobnet down. Still down. 100 kills for FUT KAOS throughout the 4 days. That is huge. A huge advantage for this team and a huge merit for the team as well. But they've really got to contest these Vanguards, because they're not going to be able to finish this game without that minion wave. There is at least 20 seconds on the cooldown for one of NRX. The Shadow Vanguard is up the top. Someone has to go and stop that.
Absolutely beautiful initiation coming from Naur. The 4-man knockup just set his team for the team wipe, and this might cost them the game as well. They're trying to end the game right now. The minions are just about to reach the crystal. Can they get it in time? Looks like they will. This will be FUT KAOS taking the top seed in Group A after a stellar 2-0 victory.
Wow, so not only did they get the 100 kills within that series, they take a 2-0 from a very hard-fought NRX in Game 2, and this seems to be a very familiar pattern that is appearing right now, is that Game 2 always seems to be a solid game for those that are dominant in Game 1, but still not enough to push them through and get a win within Game 2. So I think the thing with teams is going through to this may have been fine in a best of 5, But in a best of 3, you really want to be showing your domination in game 1 and maybe letting loose in game 2, potentially trying to get that first and most important win on the board within a best of 3. But unfortunately for NRX, they do stay below. They are the 3rd seeded team in Group A, whereas FUT KAOS managed to maintain that 1st seeded team. So they are, technically, they stand by their words. They are above the other Turkish teams within this Season 1 Invitational.
Absolutely. It's great to see that, IWNRX was still in high spirits despite the loss. They know that they tried their best and they were really getting FUT KAOS on the ropes in game number 2 at least. Unfortunately, FUT KAOS was just too strong for them. And I hope that they take the lessons they learned in this series and will be able to implement them as we head into the knockout stages, which will be happening in 2 days because the group stages are done, Blam.
They're all done. They're all wrapping up nicely as a little parcel, like in the Mayin and Byron CI cinematic that we see just before these games start. But it's really importantly showed here in this best of 3 how vital your ban draft is. It's not about just banning out OP champions. It's really getting into the head of your enemy team, because if we saw Boogie on the Mulan in game 1, we probably could be seeing a still 1-1 victory and then potentially go into a full best of 3. But because FUT KAOS knew that even though they enjoy the Mulan pick, they knew they had to ban it for Boogie to be nerfed in that game 1, and it really showed there. But I have to give it to NRX. They really did try going out full arms swinging. You can see by the economic curve it was going up and down, up and down, up and down. So that's how close this game was. It's nothing to be ashamed of on the side of NRX. They did amazing, just not enough.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely had FUT KAOS sweating for multiple instances in the game, but this time it's going to be the Lianpo getting the MVP. Played by now 1-0-5, 25% damage taken was absolutely crucial for them being able to close out that game with that huge ultimate.
Absolutely, that 4-man knockup just completely ended the game, and I think that's what everyone was looking for, because we saw it on VKS NIAP as well, was that unofficial quad kill, and then towards the end of the Crystal was that huge knockup when VKS played against, I believe it was Twisted Minds, and completely dominated. So it really shows that even though it's a slow burning champion, don't let the skin fool you. When he's on fire, he's definitely on fire all the time. It's a slow brewing. It is a volcano eruption going through, and there it is. 4-man knockup, baby. Completely turning the tide, opening up the Luban and everything else in between. It really, really made the difference in that game. If that did not land, we would still be in that match.
Absolutely, that was a beautiful way to end the game. We had different sparkling points, we have different shining points in this tournament, but that would definitely be going on the top 3 plays when we come in towards the knockout stages. That was absolutely beautifully played there by Nauer and for the entire team of FUT KAOS as a whole, and they definitely deserve getting top seed in Group A.
Absolutely, they've definitely played their heart out in this group stage of the tournament. But like we said, this is not the end of it, and it's not the end for any of the teams. They have to endure a 24-hour wait and practice up and bring their best selves to this knockout stage, where hopefully we get to find out who is going to be picked soon, because that's one of my most spine-chilling parts, is just knowing what these 2 top teams are going to pick. Is it going to be the obvious victim, or is it going to be a challenge into the quarterfinals? That's the thing that really keeps me pumped in this knockout stage, just the unknown. Just like everybody else, it's just not knowing what's going to go on. It could be a huge narrative driver, or it could be the complete obvious pick for both of these teams, but we won't be seeing just yet. We still have 24 hours before that one. But what a great way to close out day 4, the last day of the group stages. And nothing better to finish off with the Turkish clash that we started day 1 with. NRX against PGK. Now finish off with NRX versus FUT KAOS. It's just back, it's from start to finish, and it's been amazing.
Yep, full circle we've come with this matchups, and that is going to be it for the group stages. We will have our final standings being shown to you guys very soon. But in case you guys, just to give you guys just a quick, a summary, Alpha 7 will be taking #1 seed in Group B, while FUT KAOS will be the ones being able to pick their opponents in Group A after defeating IW NRX in the last series. So the stage is set, the groups are done. Now it's down for the teams to decide who they want to face in the first round, because that will also be a part of history to find out who will be winning the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1.
Absolutely, but before all that happens, obviously, we do get to hear from FUT Esports before we do tune out for the day. But this is probably like one of my favorite parts, is just listening to what these winning teams have to say, especially after day one, bigging them up so much, putting them ahead of every other Turkish team, and then coming 4 days afterwards being like, you know what we said back in day one? Yeah, we meaned it, and we proved it. We only lost one round, not quite the perfection of A7, but still, as a new team altogether, FUT Esports managed to claim every victory that they went through in the whole 4 days. So well done to the guys. Can't wait to hear what they have to say.
Yep. Let's take a hear from them now. We're going to have an interview with the winners, FUT KAOS.
Grup aşamasının son karşılaşması iki Türk takımı arasındaydı. Kazanan FUT oldu. Biz de şimdi FUT'tan Snape ile birlikteyiz. Merak ettiklerimizi soracağız Snape'e. Tabii ki ilk maçta Princess Frost'la bütün rakipleri sürekli sersemlettin ve %29'luk bir hasılata sahiptin açıkçası. Biz bu kahramanla ilgili ipuçlarını merak ediyoruz. Neler anlatırsın bu kahramanla ilgili?
In the first game, you immobilized your opponents multiple times in team fights, and then you had a 29% damage participation, damage output. Do you have any tips on this hero for like people watching at home to who aspire to become better?
Bu kahramanla olan ipuçlarım aslında iyi takım arkadaşlarına sahip olmak ve o iyi takım arkadaşlarımla güzel bir sinerjimin olması. Char aslında bireysel anlamda çok fazla şov yapacak veya tek başına etkili olacak bir Char değil. Belli taktiklerle rakibi daha çok Char'ı oynarken, kahramanı oynarken asıl amaç olabildiğince ultimin menzili çok geniş olduğu için rakip kahramanları takım arkadaşlarından uzak tutmak veya onları ikiye ayırmak. Bu da takım arkadaşlarıma avantaj sağlıyor. Taktiklerimden bir tanesi mesela en çok kullandığımız, birinci maçta da en fazla etki olan taktiklerimizden bir tanesi de kahramanın ultisini rakibin kule altına bırakmak ve rakipteki kuleyi hiç kill almadan veya fight çıkarmadan almaktı. Çünkü direkt o kulenin etrafını kapatıyoruz ve hiç kill almadan, fight yapmadan kuleyi alabiliyoruz. En etkili taktiklerimizden bir tanesi buydu kahramanla ilgili.
So while playing Princess Frost, you have to be aware that it is mostly used as the ultimate is used as a zoning tool and a peeling tool. You have to be careful so that what I usually do the most is that I try to stop the opponents from reaching my teammates. Another tactic that I employ is that I put my ultimate down, which has a really long range, really big range, under the opponent's tower, so that we can get the tower easily without the opponent having a chance to defend it. So yeah, you have to be aware that Princess Frost and her ultimate is primarily a zoning tool and a peeling tool.
Snape aslında takım olma vurgusunu çok ciddi bir şekilde yaptın ama ben şunu sormak istiyorum. Grup aşamasında takımınızda en iyi performansı kim gösterdi?
So who do you think, you obviously played as a team, but who do you think was the best performer on your team during the group stage?
Bu soruyu cevaplamak çok zor benim için. Çünkü takımdaki tüm oyuncular bireysel olarak grup aşamasının her maçlarında veya her maçta olmasa bile herkesin tek başına yaptığı şov niteliğinde hareketleri vardı. Rakipteki karşımızdaki lane oyuncusuna göre herkes bir hareket yaptı. Ama ben kendi takımımızda en etkili olan kişinin ben kendim olduğumu düşünüyorum. Bu konuda mütevazı olmayacağım.
So this question is super difficult to answer because everybody had a chance to shine in different moments of the game, depending on their laning opponents. Everybody had the chance to show themselves and shine during games. But overall, if I have to answer the question, I would probably say I was the best performer in the team and I'm not going to be that humble about it.
Biraz da rakipleri konuşalım. Bugün Can röportaj yaptı Vivo Kids Stars'la ve onlar dediler ki A grubunun en güçlü takımı FUT olarak görüyoruz ve onlarla eşleşmek istiyoruz dediler. Ne cevap verirsin?
So in the previous interview we had during the state today was with VKS and they said that they thought you were the strongest team in Group A and they would want to face off against you in the elimination round, in the knockout stage, playoff stage. What would you like to say against that desire?
VOK iyi bir takım ve biz de onlarla eşleşmeyi çok isteriz. Eleme aşamasında umarım eşleşebiliriz ve güzel maçlar çıkar. Ama bizim asıl eşleşmek istediğimiz takım Alpha 7. Asıl biz onlarla kapışmak istiyoruz. Ve en çok karşılaşmayı istediğimiz ve en çok da çekişmeli maçların geçeceği maçında Alpha 7'la olacağını düşünüyoruz. Aslında biz Alpha 7'i iple çekiyoruz ama VOK'le de güzel maçlar çıkaracağımıza inanıyoruz.
To be honest, we want to face off against, we hope to see Vivocade in playoffs as well. We think they're a strong team and we know that it will be a fun game if we face off against each other. But the team we want to face off against the most is Alpha 7. We have our sights set on them since the beginning and we think that the games will be much more exciting if we face off against Alpha 7.
Teşekkür ediyoruz, tebrik ediyoruz sizi ve böylece grup aşamasındaki röportajlarımızın sonuna geliyoruz. Sözü sunuculara bırakalım.
Welcome back, everybody. After that final interview within the group stage, we learned 3 key things from that whole interview. One is that Snape thinks that he's the best player out of the group stages within his team. We also got a very vigorous Princess Frost guide, which will probably end up being on YouTube at some point. And then we found out that he responded to VKS, but said, you know what, it'd be fun, but we definitely want to go for A7 because that's where the hardships is going to lie. But yeah, I mean, what a great way to finish the group stage with a great interview from FUT Snape.
Absolutely. The interviews coming from the side of FUT KAOS never ceases to amaze me. They are very confident with themselves, no matter who's on stage. And here we have the final standings of the groups. FUT KAOS in top seed for Group A, while Group B we have Alpha 7 without dropping any single map.
Yep, that's it. I mean, that's the thing that really rubs it in for me, I think, if I was FUT KAOS, is knowing that they did not lose a point and FUT KAOS did lose a point to Besiktas Esports. So I think that's definitely a wound that they need to heal or not let them play into their emotions too much, because I'm sure it's going to happen at some point. It is definitely going to happen. FUT KAOS versus Alpha 7, and it will be amazing, to be fair, when that does actually come around. But yeah, that is literally everything done for group stages. It's been 4 solid days of amazing Honor of Kings global esports. The new narrative has begun and we're on the way to the next chapter, which is the knockout stages, where we're getting closer and closer to crowning our new kings of the global scene. Any closing words for yourself, STE.Ray, and what you've enjoyed today?
I definitely recommend anyone who missed any games during the group stages to try and catch the highlights, VODs, or even just the entire stream. You can rewatch the entire stream because there's just so much to learn from all these top players. And if you want to pick up Honor of Kings, this is the best place to begin. You've got basically 101s on how to play any sort of heroes you watch on stream, and these players are definitely one of the best in the world at the moment. So make sure you rewatch those streams if you missed any games, because there is just way too much that you can learn from this to just give up at the moment.
Absolutely. It's been an amazing experience so far for both, I'm sure for yourself and me. We've been really enjoying it. We can't wait to come back and bring you the knockout stages. But this is it for the group stage. We will see you in 24 hours time on the 7th of March, where the knockout stages start. I have been Blam with my co-host. I have to thank you very much, Zero, for being a great co-host so far. And we will see you all on the 7th of March. Take it easy.